Warrior Lore. Chapter 2348. A divine sword was stabbed into a stone mountain on the island of life. On this day, many powerful creatures came to the Sword God Mountain. All of them came for the divine sword. No one knew when the divine sword had appeared. It was said that anyone who could pull out the divine sword from the Sword God Mountain would gain invincible power. However, none of the creatures on the island of life could pull out the divine sword. After all these years, the divine sword on the Sword God Mountain had not been pulled out by anyone. Let me try. A tree demon walked up to the divine sword. He held the hilt with both hands and lifted it up. The tree demon pulled the hilt up, but the divine sword did not move at all. Roar! The tree demon bellowed, and an extremely powerful wave of demonic power emanated from his body. A dark green demonic aura surged from his body, like a ball of demonic fire dancing on the tree demon's body. Pull! The tree demon used all of his strength. Runes appeared on his hands. He wanted to pull out the divine sword from the ground. However, no matter how hard the tree demon tried, the divine sword did not move at all. Get lost, you old demon. Let me do it. A mountain bear walked up and pushed the tree demon away. It grabbed the sword hilt with both hands and tried to pull it up. However, when the mountain bear tried, it felt its hands sink. It could not pull the divine sword out. Hee, you can't pull it out either. The old tree demon said disdainfully when he saw this. The mountain bear used all of its strength, but it still could not pull the divine sword out. Instead, the mountain bear was exhausted. The mountain bear retreated. Soon after, an extremely powerful creature walked up and tried to see if it could pull out the divine sword. However, all of the creatures failed. Not a single creature could make the divine sword stuck in the mountain move at all. Dozens of powerful creatures failed. Among them, there were even powerful beings that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Venerable one. Why isn't the master here yet? A demonic ape waited anxiously at the top of the mountain. He's here. Just as all the creatures were growing impatient from waiting, a figure appeared at the end of the horizon. Then, the figure quickly flew towards the divine sword mountain. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in black landed on the top of the mountain. Greetings, master. When the middle-aged man descended, all of the living beings knelt to the ground as if they were worshipping the Supreme Emperor in their hearts. This is the legendary divine sword that can cut through the void. The middle-aged man in black said as he looked at the divine sword that was stabbed into the ground. His eyes sparkled. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. This middle-aged man was the transformation of the nine-headed dragon. Scram to the side. The nine-headed flood dragon shouted at the dozens of people. The dozens of powerful creatures hurriedly retreated to the side. In front of the nine-headed dragon, they were as obedient as a group of children. The nine-headed dragon transformed into a human form and pulled out the divine sword. The divine sword was said to be able to cut through the void. It was the nemesis of the void matrix. The nine-headed dragon wanted to pull out the peerless divine sword and obtain invincible power. The middle-aged man that the nine-headed dragon transformed into walked up to the divine sword. Then, he bent down and grabbed the hilt. His demonic power was vast and mighty. 9 primordial demonic marks appeared on his body. An extremely powerful aura spread out from the body of the nine-headed dragon. Just as this peerlessly powerful aura spread out, all the living beings on the mountain top immediately retreated far away. Rise! The nine-headed dragon roared. Then, he held the hilt tightly with both hands and pulled with all his might. The power of the 9 primordial demonic marks gathered in his hands. What? He felt his hands sink. He did not pull out the divine sword. Instead, his hands were aching. How is this possible? The nine-headed dragon roared and activated his power. Countless demonic marks appeared on his body. Endless power gathered in his hands, and he pulled again. Even the power of a Venerable won't work. The nine-headed dragon was truly shocked. This divine sword was incredible. It was probably the legendary divine sword of the Great Path. The great battle all those years ago left this sword here. Roar! The nine-headed dragon no longer held back. He roared and attacked with all his strength. The 9 primordial demonic marks shone with dazzling light and activated the power of the Great Path. It's moving. Just as the 9-headed serpent exerted all of its strength, the divine sword stuck in the mountain peak finally moved. All of the creatures watched this scene nervously. "Master is truly powerful," some of the living beings exclaimed. "Will he really succeed?" Some of the living beings doubted. This divine sword had existed for countless years. During all this time, not a single living being could pull it out. It wasn't that the living beings on the divine island of life were weak. It was just that the divine sword stuck in the mountain was too heavy. Even Venerables could not pull it out. However, the 9-headed dragon only managed to pull the divine sword out less than 3 inches before he used up all his strength. He loosened his hands, and the divine sword fell again. This time, it was stuck a few inches deeper than before. "This is ridiculous." The 9-headed dragon could not accept this reality. His cultivation was already at the pinnacle of the Venerable realm, but he still could not pull the divine sword out. He had overestimated himself. The 9-headed serpent tried many times, but it all ended in failure without any suspense. It was unable to pull out the legendary sword. Although he was unwilling, the 9-headed dragon had no choice but to retreat. "There's actually a sword like this. I have to go back and tell Master." A black dragon was among the living beings. It was shocked when it witnessed this scene. There was actually a divine sword on the mountain that even a greater perfection Venerable could not pull out. "What?" When the black dragon returned to the Valley of 3 Supremes, he told Gu Fei everything he saw. Gu Fei was shocked. What kind of divine sword was it that even an advanced Venerable could not pull out? This piqued his curiosity. Could it be a supreme legendary sword? The iron-blood Taoist asked suspiciously. "I'll go take a look when night falls," Gu Fei said. He also wanted to try and see if he could pull out that divine sword. He was a warrior, and the strength of his martial body was extremely strong. Could it be that the 9-headed dragon wanted to meet me because of this? Gu Fei mumbled to himself. Chapter 2349. The legendary divine sword that could cut through the void was stuck in a stone mountain. Even the 9-headed dragon, who was a supremacy, could not pull it out and retreated unwillingly. This divine sword was very famous on the sacred island of life. Many peerless figures had climbed the stone mountain in an attempt to pull it out. However, no matter who it was, they all failed. Since ancient times, nobody had been able to pull this sword out. Some people said that one could break through the void formation and enter the immortal palace once the sword was pulled out. Even so, nobody knew if this was a way to enter the immortal palace because nobody had tried it before. Night came, and all was silent. On the sacred island of life, only the whistling of the night wind could be heard. The 9-headed dragon and his subordinates had already left. Only a divine sword stuck in the ground was left on the stone mountain. All of a sudden, 2 figures appeared on the stone mountain without a sound and approached the divine sword. There's no fluctuation of divine power at all. It seems to be a useless sword that has lost all its spirituality. One of them took a closer look at the divine sword stuck in the ground and commented suspiciously. The sword did not seem mystical at all. It was too ordinary. "This sword is ordinary, but this is what makes it mystical." Gu Fei squatted down and took a closer look at the sword stuck in the ground. His expression was extremely calm. Even a supremacy could not pull out a sword like this. After all, a supremacy was one of the most powerful beings on the sacred island of life. "Let me try." The iron-blood Taoist refused to believe it. He stepped forward and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He activated the immortal bird mysterious technique, and an extremely powerful wave of energy immediately erupted from his body. The shadow of a fire phoenix appeared on his body. "Pull!" The iron-blood Taoist roared and pulled the sword up with both hands. However, the divine sword stuck in the ground did not move at all. It was as if it had grown with the stone mountain and could not be separated. The iron-blood Taoist could not pull it out at all. "Roar!" The iron-blood Taoist was furious. He roared and desperately circulated the power in his body. 9 fire phoenix Tao patterns started to appear on his body and gathered the spiritual energy from all directions. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and the sleeves on his arms had already turned to ash. The muscles on his arms were throbbing as he held onto the hilt and pulled with all his might. However, no matter how hard he tried to activate the power of the fire phoenix in his body, he could not move the divine sword that was stuck in the ground at all, let alone pull it out. How is this possible? In the end, the Iron Blood Taoist had no choice but to give up. This left him in disbelief. It was just a sword. Even if it was a supreme divine weapon, it shouldn't be unable to pull it out. Interesting. When Gu Fei saw the sweating Iron Blood Taoist retreating to the side, a glint flashed across his eyes. This sword was indeed strange. Not just anyone could pull it out. In the great battle back then, there were supreme beings who participated. Could it be that this divine sword was really a supreme being divine sword? This divine sword was really too ordinary. No one believed that this divine sword was a supreme being divine sword. However, if it wasn't a supreme being divine sword, how could it not even be able to pull out the 9 dragons? No one could answer Gu Fei's question. Master, this sword is really too heavy. It seems to be even heavier than the primordial god mountain, the Iron Blood Taoist said with extreme shock. The Iron Blood Taoist exclaimed in shock. He was a saint. He could even shake a real primordial god mountain. However, he had used all his strength to shake this divine sword, yet it did not budge at all. Let me give it a try. Gu Fei pondered for a while, then walked forward and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Then, he pulled it up with all his might. He only felt his hands sink. He could not pull the sword at all. He was a Saint King, a martial Saint King. The strength of his martial body was something that even pure-blooded divine beasts could not compare to. Gu Fei shouted and pulled with both hands again. This time, he used 60% of his strength. The power released by the powerful chaotic martial body was enough to shake the primordial god mountain. However, to Gu Fei's surprise, the divine sword that was stuck in the ground still did not move. Even I can't pull it out. Gu Fei knew very well what 60% of his strength meant. Even if it was a real mountain, he could still lift it with both hands. If 60% of my strength isn't enough, then 80%. Gu Fei made up his mind. His body emitted a series of explosive sounds, and an extremely powerful aura spread from his chaotic martial body. Not yet. Gu Fei soon realized that even if he used 80% of his strength, it was still difficult to pull the sword out. This surprised him. Could this sword really be heavier than a primordial god mountain? 100% of my strength. I don't believe I can't pull it out. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei used his full strength. Chaotic qi revolved around his body, and a peerless pressure of a Saint King erupted from his body. 9 chaotic patterns appeared on his body, drawing in the power of the great path of chaos. The Iron Blood Taoist was taken aback when he saw Gu Fei's determination. If even his lord couldn't pull out the sword, then perhaps only the human emperor or an honorable being could pull it out. This was too frightening. It should be known that the Renhuang and Sovereign were the strongest existences in the 3 realms and 6 paths. Rumble. An incomparably powerful ripple of energy spread out from Gu Fei's body, causing the entire mountain to shake as if it would collapse at any moment. This won't do. Very soon, Gu Fei sighed. He had to use his last resort. If he still could not pull the sword out, then there was nothing he could do. Screw it. Gu Fei roared out furiously. An even more powerful presence erupted from his body, like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The terrifying ripples of energy caused the space around him to crack and collapse. His strength skyrocketed, directly reaching the peak of Saint Ruler. Afterwards, he directly broke through the restraints of Saint Ruler. Like a dragon breaking free from its shackles, he shot into the sky. Saint King, Venerable. Gu Fei's strength broke through the restraints one after another, reaching a level that made everyone shiver. Of course, this was only an increase in strength. Gu Fei's cultivation was still at Saint Ruler, but his strength had broken through several major cultivation realms, reaching an unbelievable level. This was the terror of the Ascension secret technique. Although his cultivation level did not increase, his strength would increase by 10 times, or even a dozen times. This was enough to sweep through all experts at the same level of cultivation, and he could even challenge Saint Kings. This was Gu Fei's true strength. However, he could only challenge Saint Emperors because even though his strength was great enough to contend against Venerables, his cultivation was inferior to his opponent. If he encountered an Venerable, he would still be easily defeated. Rise. Chapter 2350. It's moving. Gu Fei exerted his full strength and activated the secret technique of ascension. His strength instantly soared to a level that even a supremacy would be moved. The divine sword that was stuck in the stone mountain was actually pulled out by him. The iron-blood Taoist almost exclaimed when he saw this. His master was indeed powerful. He actually managed to pull out the divine sword that no one had ever been able to pull out. Roar! Gu Fei roared furiously as the muscles all over his body trembled. At this moment, the power of his chaotic martial body was fully released. He was like the reincarnation of a chaotic god of war, able to shake the heavens and earth with every move he made. This fellow can't hold it in any longer. Just as Gu Fei was pulling out the divine sword, a middle-aged man stood on a mountain far away. This person was the nine-headed dragon. Master, I didn't expect the human in the Three Supremes Valley to be so powerful. It seems like we've underestimated him. Behind the nine-headed dragon stood three demons that had also taken human form. One of them was a young man with red scales on his body. Never underestimate the human race, the nine-headed dragon said. The nine-headed dragon said. His eyes flickered, but no one knew what he was thinking. I don't think that human is a match for master. A demon shrouded in black gas said in disdain. A great demon shrouded in black cheese said disdainfully. From his point of view, there was no need for his master to be so wary of humans. Oomph! The nine-headed dragon snorted coldly. The great demon did not dare to say anything else. That fellow actually pulled out the divine sword. Behind the nine-headed dragon, a tall demon exclaimed in shock. What? The other two demons could not help but be shocked. Upon closer inspection, they quickly realized that the divine sword that was stuck in the stone mountain was actually being pulled out bit by the human. Everyone was extremely nervous at this moment. Their eyes were fixed on Gu Fei and the divine sword that he was holding with both hands. Master, can you really pull out the divine sword? The iron-blood Taoist had already tried to pull out the divine sword before. He naturally knew that even he could not pull it out. It was as heavy as an ancient divine mountain. It's too heavy. How can it be so heavy? At this moment, Gu Fei's entire body was surging with chaotic aura. 9 primal chaos Tao patterns appeared on his body, drawing upon the power of chaos in the heavens. Even so, he still felt extremely strained. He was extremely shocked. It was hard to imagine that there was actually such a heavy divine sword in this world. The person who was able to wield this divine sword with ease must have had incredible strength. Perhaps only a Ren Huang or a supreme martial artist would have such power. Even if he could pull out the sword, Gu Fei knew very well that he would not be able to wield it unless he cultivated to the Venerable One state. However, it was impossible for Gu Fei to reach the Venerable realm in a short period of time. Under Gu Fei's full strength, the divine sword was being pulled out bit by bit. An hour later, the entire divine sword was finally pulled out by Gu Fei. The moment Gu Fei pulled out the divine sword, the weather on the divine island of life changed. The sun and moon lost their light. Without any warning, bolts of lightning descended from the sky, directly striking at the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. At this moment, the illusory fairy palace within the formation of the void suddenly became clear. It was as if it was about to rush out of the endless void that the formation of the void had evolved. Gu Fei felt his hand shake. Then, the divine sword flew up and rushed into the formation of the void. With a clang, it stabbed into the ground in front of the fairy palace. A transparent wave spread from the divine sword. The void around the fairy palace was filled with runes and then dissipated. No one thought that the moment Gu Fei pulled out the divine sword was the moment the formation of the void lost its effect. The entire formation of the void, with the fairy palace as the center, was rapidly collapsing. All of this was beyond Gu Fei's expectations. He did not want to break the formation so early, but now, everything was no longer under his control. Haha, this divine sword is really the key to breaking the formation. The nine-headed dragon laughed and rushed towards the direction of the formation of the void. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the night. When the three great demons saw this, they quickly chased after the nine-headed flood dragon. At this moment, in the formation of the void, all the powerful living beings that were trapped by Gu Fei 3 years ago were cheering and rushing towards the fairy palace. What's going on? What happened? In the formation of the void, Gu Fei's celestial body was extremely shocked. How could the formation of the void be broken so suddenly? He was already close to the fairy palace in the center of the formation of the void. At this moment, the formation of the void collapsed and the majestic fairy palace appeared in front of him. The fairy palace floated in the void. At this moment, the endless void created by the formation of the void had disappeared. Everyone rushed towards the fairy palace as if they were on steroids. In front of the fairy palace, there were white jade steps. The divine sword that flew up from the stone mountain was stabbed into the white jade steps. The 5 or 6 creatures didn't think too much and directly rushed up the white jade stairs. The moment they set foot on the white jade stairs, the godly sword in front of them suddenly vibrated. Virum. The sound of the sword rang, and a powerful wave of sword chi spread from the divine sword. The 5 or 6 powerful living beings who stepped on the white jade steps were immediately blown away. They exploded in the air and turned into a mist of blood. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. Gu Fei's celestial body happened to witness this scene. He was truly shocked. Fortunately, he did not rush over. Otherwise, he would have ended up like those living beings. At this moment, all the living beings that were rushing over from afar stopped. No one dared to go forward rashly. Why does that sword look so familiar? A powerful living being muttered. Why does it seem like the divine sword mountain the more I look at it? Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. It's really that sword. How did it end up here? All the living beings who saw the origin of the divine sword were extremely shocked. The divine sword that no one had ever been able to pull out from the divine sword mountain had actually appeared here. What's going on? The nine-headed dragon had also rushed over. When he saw the divine sword stuck in front of the fairy palace, he felt his scalp go numb and did not dare to go forward. Chapter 23:51. The legendary divine sword became the key to breaking the void formation. The moment Gu Fei pulled it out, it automatically flew away and stuck itself in front of the immortal palace. Buzz. As the sound of the sword rang out, a strange wave spread from the divine sword. Then, the void formation collapsed, and the mysterious and ethereal fairy palace appeared in front of everyone just like that. The immortal palace was shrouded in auspicious air and auspicious light. Divine music could be heard from within, as if a heavenly palace from the immortal realm had descended upon the mortal world. At this moment, everyone was stupefied, but no one dared to step forward, because just now, there were 5 or 6 incomparably powerful creatures that wanted to enter the immortal palace, but they suffered the fate of having their bodies and souls annihilated. Behind the peaceful immortal palace was a shocking murderous intent. No one dared to act rashly. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body had already met up with Gu Fei. Although it had been trapped here for 3 years, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body didn't suffer any damage. He had the human emperor divine mace, so he could self-destruct even if he was trapped here. After a short conversation, Gu Fei had learned all the experiences of his immortal venerable Tao body in the Void Grand Formation in the past 3 years. What a surprise! Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh when he obtained the cultivation method of the Wu secret. He had finally gathered all 9 secrets of the immortal Tao and mastered the most mysterious 9th secret. The Wu secret was the 9th secret of the immortal Tao. Legend had it that it was a secret technique created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor after becoming a sovereign. The Supreme Tao Ancestor had imparted the 9 secret techniques he had created to his 9 disciples. Each disciple had mastered a secret technique. The Wu secret was passed down to his last disciple by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. From this, It could be seen that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was most likely the ninth disciple of the Supreme Tao ancestor. Such a background was absolutely shocking. One should know that the Supreme Tao ancestor was an invincible sovereign. However, why was Heavenly Monarch Ziyang unwilling to talk about it? He even changed his name and became the Heavenly Monarch of the Purple Sun continent, one of the 3 continents on the Soaring Dragon ancestral planet. No one knew the secret behind it. Although Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body had used the godly seizing secret technique to read celestial the Arch Ziyang's soul memories, it was impossible for him to read all of them. At this time, in the distance, 2 people were looking at Gu Fei and the others. They were Hierarch South Heaven and the unaging demon child. These 2 super antiques didn't dare to approach Gu Fei's group. The unaging demon child had already told Hierarch South Heaven about Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body defeating Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. They did not dare to act rashly. Gu Fei's celestial prime body had the human Emperor Divine Mace, which was a great weapon that could kill Venerables. At this moment, the divine sword in front of the immortal palace emitted an indescribable aura, as if it was resonating with the immortal palace. Crack. Suddenly, the body of the divine sword began to crack, and a dark light shone out from the cracks. Then, a layer of something wrapped around the divine sword fell off. Gu Fei suddenly felt extremely uneasy when he saw this, as if something bad was about to happen. Retreat. Gu Fei decisively grabbed the Iron Blood Taoist and his immortal sovereign body, and quickly retreated. Buzz. The moment Gu Fei retreated 1,000 miles away, the divine sword suddenly let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. 9 pitch-black Tao runes rushed out from the divine sword, and the layer of something wrapped around the divine sword fell off, revealing the true appearance of the divine sword. Swoosh. In the next moment, the 9 black Tao runes turned into a demonic dragon that emitted endless demonic qi. It soared into the sky and pounced at the immortal palace. What? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The divine sword on the godly sword mountain had turned into a demonic sword. Did someone seal the demonic sword on the godly sword mountain? What's going on? 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei could not help but be astonished upon seeing this. The transformation of the divine sword into a demonic sword was too shocking and unbelievable. At that moment, an extremely powerful wave of sword qi exploded from the demonic sword. The living beings standing at the front were immediately enveloped by the spreading wave of sword qi, before being minced into a mist of blood. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. The demonic sword buzzed as the mist of blood from the powerful living beings gathered toward the demonic sword, before being devoured by it. The demonic sword seemed to be even more excited after being nourished by the fresh blood, as if it had gained a life of its own. This greatly astonished the Hierarch South Heaven and the unaging demon child. They immediately turned around and fled without hesitation. Bang! At that moment, a loud explosion was heard. The demonic dragon formed by the 9 demonic runes that charged out from the demonic sword slammed into the immortal palace, causing it to collapse. Everyone was dumbfounded upon seeing this. The legendary immortal palace was so fragile. How was this possible? It was unbelievable. Meanwhile, the demonic sword that was stabbed into the ground in front of the immortal palace began to emit a strange ripple, as if it was summoning something. This is bad. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. The demonic sword was incredible. It had already nurtured a demonic soul, a characteristic that only the human sovereign weapons and supreme weapons possessed. To a certain extent, the human sovereign weapons and supreme weapons had already gained a life of their own, a special kind of life. Supreme Demon Weapon. The Iron Blood Taoist's face turned pale as he thought of a possibility. Rumble. At that moment, the immortal palace began to tremble. An auspicious aura lingered in the air as mystical divine runes appeared on its surface. It felt like something was about to burst out from the palace. It felt like a peerless demon had awakened inside the palace. Could the legend be real? The Hierarch South Heaven and the unaging demon child backed away. They recalled a certain legend that a supreme martial artist had once fought in the primordial battlefield. A war demon had been defeated by a supreme martial artist of the human race, who then sealed it away. Many people thought that the immortal palace was a palace left behind by the supreme Tao ancestor, but no one expected that it was actually a cage. A battle between supreme martial artists had once taken place in the primordial battlefield. Only a battle between two undefeatable experts would have such a profound impact. Even now, the power of the heavenly punishment that was capable of killing saints was blocked outside the primordial battlefield. How is this possible? Chapter 23:52. The birth of the demonic sword was earth-shattering. The sword chi turned into a dragon and destroyed a large area of the immortal palace. A terrifying demonic power was eroding the immortal chi of the immortal palace. Rumble, the entire immortal palace shook. Countless immortal runes emerged and interweaved into a huge demon suppression diagram of the way. The supreme power of the immortal Tao filled the space. At this moment, the essence of the entire sacred island of life was gathering towards the demon suppression diagram of the way and was devoured by it. The power of the demon suppression diagram of the way was soaring. The powerful immortal Tao power suppressed the demonic power that erupted from the bottom of the immortal palace. Clang! At this moment, the demonic sword moved. It soared into the sky and turned into a huge demonic dragon, pouncing towards the demon suppression diagram of the way. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain-like demonic dragon collided with the demon suppression diagram of the way. The blow dissipated the endless immortal chi. The sacred island of life shook violently. Terrifying cracks appeared on the island as if it was about to collapse. This was the power of a supremacy. Even if it was not the real supremacy of the demons, it was not much weaker. This was because the demonic sword had become a supremacy demonic weapon. At this moment, the minds of all living beings were blank. The demonic power was so overwhelming that no one in this world could resist it. T. At this moment, Gu Fei felt a violent fluctuation coming from the sacred land in his dantian. The souls of all living beings in the entire sacred land were trembling. Buzz. The sword hum came from Gu Fei's body. Then, a purple-gold divine light rushed out from his body and turned into a purple-gold divine sword that soared into the sky. It cut through the void and rushed towards the demon suppression diagram of the way. Let's go. At this moment, Gu Fei did not care about anything else. He kept the immortal Venerable's body and iron-blood Taoist into his inner world. He then took a step and crossed thousands of miles in an instant, returning to the Valley of Three Supremes. Without saying anything, Gu Fei opened up his inner world and kept everyone in the Valley of Three Supremes. He then activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and rushed out of the sacred island of life. The origin of the purple-gold divine sword was mysterious. However, when it sensed the demonic sword and flew away, he knew the origin of this supreme sword. The supreme sword and the demonic sword were like natural enemies. When it sensed the demonic sword's aura, the purple-gold divine sword emitted a terrifying murderous aura that made all living beings tremble. All the living beings on the Life Island were running for their lives. All of them had a feeling that a great disaster was about to befall them. Powerful living beings kept rushing out from the Life Island. Supremacy of supremacy South Heaven and Earth. Of the supremacy of the demon. At this moment, two forces that could shake the entire primordial battlefield erupted on the sacred island of life. This was a battle between immortals and demons. How terrifying. I seem to have seen that figure from back then. Supremacy South Heaven was utterly terrified. When he left the godly island, he did take a glimpse behind him and saw a figure rising from the immortal palace. Is that demon really going to be born? The unaging demon child's voice was trembling. He knew very well that even though he was an incomparably powerful demon Venerable, he was not even comparable to an ant in front of that existence. That purple gold divine sword, could it be the peerless sword in that person's hand? The South Heaven divinity naturally saw the purple gold divine sword that was facing off against the demonic sword. This is no longer something we can interfere with, the unold demon child said. Then, he retreated even further away. At this time, Gu Fei had already used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself. He retreated tens of thousands of miles away and stood on a mountain floating in the sky. Then, he looked down at the island. He had cultivated the martial path heavenly eye. By activating it, he was able to observe the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. A distance of tens of thousands of miles was nothing to him. He could see every blade of grass and tree on the island. Meanwhile, on the godly island of life, 2 formidable forces were gathering rapidly. 2 figures with the size of mountains stood on the island. Gu Fei was utterly dumbfounded upon seeing this. The 2 figures were only illusionary figures, yet each of them was emitting an aura that was strong enough to crush the void. Even though they were tens of thousands of miles away, Gu Fei could already sense the formidable force. If it weren't for the power of the cauldron of mountain and river protecting him, he would have vomited blood by now. Meanwhile, many people were indeed vomiting blood. Even super ancient artifacts like Supremacy South Heaven and the Unold Demon Child were coughing up blood as they were sent flying. Rumble. The aura of the extreme Tao surged, causing the entire primordial battlefield to tremble. Countless cries of battle echoed in the sky. The inextinguishable battle intent was affected by the aura of the 9 Supremacy Realm. Countless godly rays burst out from many places as powerful figures appeared. All the experts that died countless years ago actually reappeared at this moment. Countless immortal soldiers and generals seemed to have received some sort of summon. All of them rushed towards the celestial island, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, densely packed, covering the entire sky. Is this the same battle that took place countless years ago? Gu Fei directly sat cross-legged on the God Mountain. Those immortal soldiers and generals passed through his body and rushed forward. These weren't true immortal soldiers and generals, they were merely their inextinguishable battle intent. Even though they had fallen countless years ago, their battle intent was still present, causing Gu Fei's blood to boil. Behind the demonic figure, countless demonic soldiers and generals were charging forward with towering demonic auras. The gigantic demonic beast was roaring, shattering the stars, sun, and moon. The immortal soldiers and generals clashed with the demonic soldiers and generals, resulting in an intense battle. Meanwhile, the 2 figures standing on the island made their moves too. Bang! The 2 Supremacy Realm experts only attacked once. Following that, Gu Fei could no longer see anything. The space before him was shrouded by the extremely strong energy of the extreme Tao. Even with the martial path heavenly eye, he was unable to see through it. What a pity. Gu Fei shook his head. It was a battle between the Supremacy Realm experts. It would be a great opportunity for him if he could spectate the battle. However, it was impossible. No one was allowed to spectate a battle between the Supremacy Realm experts, unless they were other Supremacy Realm experts. Otherwise, no one would be able to witness a battle of this level. The rift ahead was completely shrouded by the extremely strong immortal and demonic forces. The 2 forces clashed and canceled each other out. Clanging noises could be heard from time to time. Chapter 23:53. The purple-gold godly sword revived and clashed with the supreme demon sword. It was as though 2 supremes were fighting. A terrifying pressure spread out, shaking the entire primordial battlefield. This was a continuation of the battle that happened countless years ago. At this moment, with the divine island of life as the center, the void within a radius of 10 million miles was enveloped by the extreme Tao's sage aura. All the powerful living beings had already retreated from the primordial battlefield. Only Gu Fei was still sitting on a divine mountain, using the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. He did not leave the primordial battlefield. Buzz. The sound of swords resonated through the heavens. The 2 supreme swords clashed continuously, releasing waves of terrifying waves that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. So strong. Although Gu Fei had used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself, the extreme Tao's pressure still seeped in, making him feel as though there was a huge mountain pressing down on his heart. He had no choice but to retreat for millions of miles before he felt better. The Taoist rhyme of a supremes filled every inch of the void. This was the profound meaning of the supreme immortal Tao. Gu Fei opened up his inner world and released his immortal sovereign body. The other Taoist rhyme of the demonic Tao was no weaker than the Taoist rhyme of the immortal Tao. It was hard to imagine that in this world, there was actually a supreme demon that could compete with the supreme Tao ancestor. This shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. The demonic sword hummed, and boundless demonic qi spread out, enveloping half of the world in front of them. Within the monstrous demonic qi, one could vaguely see a terrifying demonic shadow, like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy. At this moment, the purple-gold godly sword emitted a supreme, immortal Tao divine power that was no weaker than the power of the demonic Tao. The divine island of life floated in the demonic qi, and the demon suppression diagram was faintly discernible. In the battle back then, the supreme demon lord was suppressed on the divine island of life by the supreme Tao ancestor. The supreme Tao ancestor even moved an immortal palace over there to prevent the supreme demon lord from breaking the seal and coming out again. After countless years, the supreme Tao ancestor disappeared. After the great calamity, the primordial battlefield was unexpectedly preserved. This was something that the supreme Tao ancestor did not expect. The purple gold divine sword should be the Tao weapon of the Wushang Tao ancestor. There was no mistake about it. Otherwise, the purple gold divine sword would not have automatically awakened and fought against that peerless demon sword. Roar. An angry roar came from within the demonic qi. A great demon walked out of the demonic qi and directly attacked the purple gold godly sword. It was extremely powerful. This was the demon transformed from the peerless demon sword. The paragon sword was different from ordinary saint weapons. To a certain extent, the paragon sword was also a kind of life. Kill. The purple gold divine sword transformed into a skinny middle-aged man and charged towards the peerless demon sword. Supreme artifacts were proficient in transformations, but this wasn't something that defied the natural order. One had to know that supreme artifacts were existences with life, just like all living creatures in the world. Boom. The two supreme being level existences collided with each other, erupting peerlessly terrifying energy fluctuations. It was as frightening as if the world was about to collapse. This was the collision between the supreme immortal Tao's power and the extreme Tao demon ancestor's power. The sacred island of life beneath their feet instantly turned into ashes, no longer existing. Rumble. The demon suppression diagram of Tao was shaking. Endless divine light of the extreme Tao descended from the demon suppression diagram, and then intertwined, forming a spherical cage. Within the cage, there was a dried corpse surrounded by demonic qi. That was the corpse of the peerless demon ancestor, sealed on the sacred island of life by the supreme Tao ancestor with the demon suppression diagram of Tao. The demonic corpse that was sealed by the demon suppression diagram of Tao actually emitted a faint vitality, as if the peerless demon ancestor was not completely dead yet. The methods of the peerless demon ancestor were hard to understand. Back in the Hell Tao, the demon ancestor Ing Tian was also killed by the extreme Tao commandment blade of the Millennium Buddhist Lord. However, after countless years, the demon ancestor Ing Tian came back to life. The great demon that was formed by the peerless demon sword and the extreme Tao Saint Immortal that was formed by the violet gold divine sword were fighting intensely. Every great technique that was cast was enough to destroy the world, and its power was extremely terrifying. It was a pity that no one could witness this battle, because this part of the world was affected by the Tao laws of the Supremes, and all divine senses were blocked. Even Gu Fei could not see what was happening inside. However, Gu Fei and his immortal sovereign Tao body could comprehend the two supreme Tao rhymes under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron. This was definitely a great fortune for Gu Fei. After all, was there anyone in this world that could approach the Tao of an exalted stage expert? Comprehending the Tao of the Supremes and coming into contact with the invincible Tao rhymes gave Gu Fei great benefits, and he took another crucial step on the path of the Supremes. Wang. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared between the heavens and the earth, enveloping the entire divine mountain. Two Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the divine mountain. One Gu Fei's body was shrouded in chaotic aura, and 9 chaos Tao patterns were faintly visible, intertwining with the power of the great Tao. The other Gu Fei's body was shrouded in immortal Tao divine light, and the 9 immortal Tao patterns were faintly visible behind his head like 9 divine halos. Comprehending the Tao of the Supremes, and then verifying his own Tao. If he could comprehend it, Gu Fei's cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. The battle between the Supremes was extremely fierce, and in the end, the entire ancient battlefield was destroyed. The aura of the Supremes swept across the entire ancestral star, causing billions of living beings to tremble. Deep in the boundless sea, the moment the aura of the Supremes appeared, on the soaring dragon ancestral star, in the extreme north of the demon domain, a figure sitting on the yin-yang diagram suddenly opened his eyes. It was a bare-chested man, and there seemed to be the sun and moon sinking in his eyes. It was as if he could see through the endless void and see the ancient battlefield that had collapsed. On the spirit mountain of the West Earth Buddhist sect, a young monk stood up from his praying mat, holding a purple gold alms bowl in his hand, and looked in the direction of the fallen god sea. The Supremes are still in the mortal realm. In an extremely secretive place on the soaring dragon continent, sinister winds blew, and ghostly shadows flickered. This was the Fengdu ghost domain. In the main hall of a god city in the sky above the ghost domain, a pale-faced middle-aged man suddenly sensed something, and his eyes shone brightly. At this moment, some of the invincible existences on the soaring dragon ancestral star were alarmed. And the moment the ancient battlefield collapsed, the battle between the Supremes also ended. In the end, the demon suppression diagram collapsed, and the corpse of the peerless demon lord fell out, and was swept away by the peerless demon sword. The purple gold divine sword could not stop it, and flew back to Gu Fei's side, and the sword soul within the sword fell into a deep slumber. In the end, the purple gold divine sword fell completely silent. Go. Gu Fei put away the purple gold divine sword immediately and left the place. Chapter 2354. The supreme level battle shocked the invincible beings on the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Then, someone arrived outside the ancient battlefield in the depths of the God-Down Ocean. The ancient battlefield was filled with supreme-level Tao laws. No one dared to enter. Even the invincible beings did not dare to take the risk. What's going on? The figure that came from the sky was blurry. It was not his real body, but a shadow formed by his spirit. However, even a shadow formed by his spirit was enough to shock the world. One should know that the soaring dragon continent was thousands of miles away from the depths of the God-Down Ocean. Yet, this person's spirit could travel there instantly. Gu Fei would definitely not be able to catch up to such a cultivation. He was invincible and far more terrifying and powerful than anyone could imagine. At this moment, a golden rainbow extended from the sky and landed in front of the ancient battlefield. A figure stepped on the golden rainbow and arrived outside the ancient battlefield in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the golden rainbow under his feet dissipated into the void. "It's you." The middle-aged man who came first took a glance at the figure and said, "I didn't expect you to be faster than me." The golden figure said, "This person did not come with his real body." The golden figure was also formed by a spirit. Yet, it still emitted a powerful aura. "Oomph, are you itching for a beating?" The middle-aged man said coldly. "Hee, you may be the ancient great beast, but I'm not a pushover either." The golden figure said coldly. "Let's fight then." The incarnation of the great ancient ferocious beast exuded a shocking battle intent. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The golden figure said, and was about to make a move. However, at this moment, a pale-faced middle-aged man in white robes and a crown walked over from the sky and approached them in an instant. Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The two were shocked to see the middle-aged man in white. "Oomph!" Ghost Emperor Fengdu snorted and reached out his right hand towards the avatar of the great ancient fierce. A black rune emerged in his palm. A heaven-devouring force immediately surged out from his palm, sucking the incarnation of the great ancient beast towards his right hand. Ghost Emperor Fengdu, you. The great ancient omen's spirit will incarnation turned pale with fright. He never thought that Ghost Emperor Fengdu would attack him as soon as he arrived, causing him to lose his chance to escape. Shua. The ancient Great Omen's spiritual will incarnation was devoured by Ghost Emperor Fengdu's right hand and was directly refined. In front of Ghost Emperor Fengdu, the ancient Great Omen's spiritual will incarnation couldn't even withstand a single blow. The moment Ghost Emperor Fengdu refined the incarnation of the great ancient beast, a furious roar came from the depths of a danger zone on the Tanglong continent. The entire danger zone shook. Ghost Emperor Fengdu, I'll settle the old and new grudges with you one day. The great ancient beasts roared in the depths of the forbidden land. I didn't expect you to descend with your real body. The golden figure was shocked to the extreme. Ghost Emperor Fengdu actually descended with his real body. He crossed the endless void and directly appeared here. This level of cultivation and methods shocked the golden figure to the extreme. Spiritual will incarnation and descending with one's real body were two different concepts. Spiritual will could reach a place instantly, but the real body might not be able to reach it. The depths of the divine fallen sea was too far away from the Tanglong continent. Even those ancient sages couldn't find this place. I didn't expect someone from the Golden Crow clan to still be alive. Ghost Emperor Fengdu glanced at the golden figure and said such words. He could see the origin of the golden figure at a glance. Dying 100 times, struggling at death's door until the present. Compared to you, I'm really ashamed. The golden figure shook his head and said. Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't say much. He directly walked into the shattered void filled with sovereign Tao laws and quickly disappeared inside. Not long after Ghost Emperor Fengdu entered the completely destroyed ancient battlefield, a few more spiritual will incarnations descended. These spiritual will incarnations were the same as the golden figure. They didn't dare to take the risk of entering the shattered void in front. Soon, Ghost Emperor Fengdu walked out from inside and directly left. The few people who came later were shocked when they saw Ghost Emperor Fengdu suddenly walk out from the shattered void filled with sovereign Tao laws. Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't pay attention to these people. He performed a great technique and instantly crossed the endless void, returning to Ghost Palace of Fengdu. Not a sovereign. He then said such words. Then, Ghost Palace of Fengdu became silent. When these invincible existences spiritual will incarnations descended, Gu Fei had already left. Not long after, he returned to Purple Sun continent. Heavenly Emperor Purple Sun had been suppressed by his immortal sovereign Tao body. He returned to Purple Sun continent in order to become the master of this great continent. Since he planned to establish his own force, he needed a place to do so. One of the 3 great continents in the sea, Purple Sun continent, was a good place. Gu Fei directly opened his inner world and released Iron Blood Taoist and the 12 Great Bandits. Then, he also released his battle weapon. Only after experiencing the baptism of battle could one become a powerful warrior. Gu Fei's battle weapon needed to be tempered. There was no suspense when he came to Purple Sun continent again. Gu Fei only used 10 days to completely conquer this great continent. The experts of Solitary Prefecture were no match for Gu Fei. Unique Manor surrendered, and all the upper echelons of Unique Manor were expelled from the unique Sacred Mountain by Gu Fei. Then, he sent his own people to take over everything. On top of Solitary Sacred Mountain stood a magnificent palace. This was the Golden Crow Palace, with traces of fiery qi lingering around it. This palace was actually built from extreme yang stone. The yang qi here was incomparably strong. If one cultivated the power of fire, cultivating here would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. In the depths of the Golden Crow Palace, there was a forbidden area. No one could enter, not even Heavenly Emperor Purple Sunday. No one knew what was inside. Some people guessed that it was the inheritance left behind by the Golden Crow clan. Of course, this was only a guess. Lord, since we have already conquered Purple Sun continent, why don't we conquer the other 2 continents as well? Iron Blood Taoist asked Gu Fei from the peak of Solitary Sacred Mountain. The other 2 continents. Chapter 23:55. The 3 realms and 6 paths would not be spared from the coming of the Great Era. The Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, whether it was the Soaring Dragon Continent or the Divine Fallen Ocean, was in chaos. After Gu Fei took control of the Ziyang Continent, he began to train his troops there. He wanted to conquer the other two continents, unify the boundless divine sea, and then head straight for the soaring dragon continent. Only by conquering this land would he have the power to contend against the ancient, desolate factions. One should know that the ancient, desolate factions had an unimaginably deep foundation. Back on the ancestral star of Buzhou, the foundation that the Central Plains immortal mansion displayed when it was destroyed was enough to shock the world. No one knew that the Central Plains immortal mansion actually had an immortal sovereign in slumber and also possessed the Emperor Divine Mace. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, even if the major factions of the ancestral star of Buzhou joined forces, they might not have been able to destroy the Central Plains immortal mansion. One had to admit that the solitary sacred mountain was truly blessed by the heavens. It was located on the ancestral vein of the earth and was nourished by the ancestral vein's spiritual energy day and night. The spiritual energy within a 10,000-mile radius of the solitary sacred mountain was several times denser than the average spiritual energy in the Ziyang continent. This was a paradise for cultivators. Cultivating on the solitary sacred mountain would yield twice the results with half the effort. Gu Fei opened his inner world and let everyone out, allowing them to cultivate on the solitary sacred mountain or go out to other places in the Ziyang continent. Blindly cultivating was not a way to improve one's cultivation. Cultivators needed to sharpen their bodies, especially warriors, who needed to comprehend various combat techniques in battle. As Gu Fei's successor, Yao Yu chose to leave the solitary sacred mountain and go out to explore the world. Gu Fei didn't say anything about her choice. How could one see the rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? Yao Yu lacked experience, which was definitely not a good thing for her when she underwent her tribulation in the future. The 12 bandits weren't Gu Fei's successors, but Gu Fei didn't restrict their freedom. However, the 12 bandits knew that in order to survive in the Great Era, they must first improve their cultivation as much as possible. One should know that even sages could fall in the Great Era, let alone them. When the upheaval came, those with higher cultivation would be able to live longer. The people from the Ming clan could be considered to be Gu Fei's successor. That Ming Long was also very hardworking. His master was Gu Zhong, Gu Fei's grand disciple. Although Gu Fei did not give him much guidance in cultivation, that child had already become a martial immortal. Although the other members of the Ming family weren't as talented as Ming Long, most of them had already reached the half-step immortal realm. This was a very powerful force. If they were able to train an army completely composed of martial immortals, it would be something that no one had ever done before or since. Even in the great desolate world, no one had ever done this. The descendants of the martial ancestors' bloodline were rare to begin with. Among all the supremes, the martial ancestor was one of the few who had not established their own faction. For example, the Buddhist Lord and the Supreme Tao ancestor had established their own factions. In the human realm, the Buddhist Lord had traveled to all the ancestral grounds of life. He had passed down his orthodoxy in these places, and his disciples could be found all over the human realm. Gu Fei didn't hide anything. He did his best to help his subordinates improve their cultivation. However, the human realm was still shrouded by the power of heavenly wrath. No one could undergo the sage tribulation under such circumstances. Gu Fei's disciple, Red Dragon, had cultivated to the great circle of the quasi-sage realm. Unfortunately, the ancient battlefield had been destroyed. He could only suppress his cultivation and wait for the right time to undergo the tribulation. According to Gu Fei's estimation, it wouldn't be long before the power of heavenly wrath in the human realm disappeared. When that happened, some super antiques would jump out. Everyone was waiting for that moment to come. Before that, what Gu Fei needed to do was very simple. He needed to unify the entire fallen god ocean and establish his own super faction. The Southern Heaven Hierarch's Clear Moon continent was about 100,000 miles away from the Purple Sun continent. The Undying Demon Child's Falling Star continent was even further. On this day, Gu Fei left the Iron Blood Taoist to guard the Purple Sun continent, while he left the Purple Sun continent alone and entered the Fallen God Ocean. The Southern Heaven Hierarch wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, Gu Fei wasn't afraid. He could even suppress the Purple Sun Heavenly Emperor. Could the Southern Heaven Hierarch be stronger than the Purple Sun Heavenly Emperor? Gu Fei used his 8 steps extreme speed and directly flew towards the clear moon continent. He was so fast that ordinary living beings couldn't even see his shadow. What's going on? On a large island, a 5-colored divine bird that had attained enlightenment suddenly sensed a hair-raising aura sweeping across the sky in an instant, making its hair stand on end. The 5-colored divine bird was bewildered. It seemed like an expert was passing by its island. A few days later, Gu Fei arrived at the sea region near the clear moon continent. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the clear moon continent. He only lingered on the islands in the outer sea of the clear moon continent. Unlike the purple sun continent, the sea region near the clear moon continent had countless small islands scattered across the sea, scattered like stars in the sky. The sea region outside the clear moon continent wasn't that peaceful. The countless islands were filled with unsafe factors. Gu Fei discovered that pirates often appeared between these islands. Through understanding, Gu Fei learned some things. Among these pirates, the largest group of pirates was actually formed by the remnant forces of the previous owner of the Clear Moon continent. Thousands of years ago, the owner of the Clear Moon continent wasn't the Southern Heaven Hierarch. The Southern Heaven Hierarch came to the Clear Moon continent from somewhere else thousands of years ago. This outsider was extremely ambitious. His cultivation was also extremely powerful. The Southern Heaven Hierarch directly found the ruler of the Clear Moon continent at that time and challenged him. The two peerless experts fought for 10 days and 10 nights in the sea region outside the Clear Moon continent. In the end, the Southern Heaven Hierarch slew the ruler and became the new ruler of the Clear Moon continent. In the end, the people of the previous ruler were mercilessly suppressed by the Southern Heaven Hierarch. Only a small number of people escaped and formed an island. There's actually such a thing. The Southern Heaven Hierarch doesn't seem to be that popular. Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this moment, he was on an island in the outer sea of the Clear Moon continent called Sunset Island. The island wasn't big, but it had beautiful scenery. Furthermore, it was very quiet. Not many people would set foot on this island. This was because the owner of this island was the strongest pirate leader. Some people said that the leader of the Black Crow Pirates was the son of the previous ruler of the Clear Moon continent. The Black Crow Pirates hated the people of the Southern Heaven Hierarch. As long as they caught the people of the Southern Heaven Hierarch, the Black Crow Pirates would immediately kill them. They wouldn't ask a single question or say a single word. Gu Fei had come here to meet the leader of the Black Crow Pirates. No one knew what the leader of the Black Crow Pirates looked like, nor did anyone know his whereabouts. Gu Fei was only here to try his luck and see if he could meet this person. However, he had been wandering around the Sunset Island for a few days. He didn't even see a single person, let alone the leader of the Black Crow Pirates. However, Gu Fei knew that someone on this island was spying on him from time to time. It was obvious that the people of the Black Crow Pirates had already set their eyes on him. On the 7th day, someone finally appeared. A black shadow silently appeared behind Gu Fei in the dark night. "You're the Black Crow." Gu Fei didn't turn around and said indifferently, "Who are you?" The black shadow said coldly. His tone was filled with a cold, murderous intent. "I'm the person who can make you the ruler of the Clear Moon continent again." Gu Fei said. "What?" The mysterious shadow was shocked upon hearing this. It seemed like this person was well aware of the grudge between the Black Crow Pirates and the Southern Heaven Hierarch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. "If you don't want to be the ruler of the Clear Moon continent, just pretend that I didn't say anything." Gu Fei said, "Please follow me." The mysterious shadow said to Gu Fei, before leading the way and bringing Gu Fei to a pavilion in the woods. The mysterious shadow then asked Gu Fei to wait for a moment while he entered the pavilion. The Black Crow sure is arrogant. Chapter 2356. Gu Fei wanted to meet the mysterious leader of the pirates, He Wu. However, He Wu was too arrogant and wanted Gu Fei to wait for him. However, Gu Fei completely ignored He Wu and walked straight into the pavilion. As soon as he stepped into the pavilion, a dozen black figures suddenly appeared from the side and surrounded Gu Fei. "Humph, is this how you treat your guests?" Gu Fei coldly glanced at the dozen or so black-clothed people around him before speaking. There was a sun embroidered on the chest of these black-clothed people, and within the sun was a black bird spreading its wings. This was the symbol of the Heiwu pirates. A red sun and a black bird were embroidered on the chest of their clothes. It's not up to you to decide whether you're our guests or not. At that moment, the mysterious man who had brought Jiang Fan here walked out of the pavilion. A murderous aura emanated from his body. I thought I'd give you a great opportunity, but it seems like I've overestimated you, Gu Fei said disdainfully as he looked at the mysterious man who was approaching him. Enough with the nonsense. If you're not old thief Nantian's man, then seal your own cultivation. That way, we'll believe that you're not sent by old thief Nantian. The mysterious man said. Haha, Gu Fei laughed. Ever since he became a martial sage, no one had ever dared to ask him to seal his own cultivation. It seemed like Heiwu was simply a bird that was frightened by the mere twang of a bow. What are you laughing at? Old thief Nantian wants to destroy us, but we still exist. Being cautious is our way of survival. The mysterious man said expressionlessly. You guys should leave. I don't want to hurt you, Gu Fei said. Since Heiwu was unwilling to see him, he would be the one who regretted it in the future. Apart from Heiwu, he still had a few other choices. He did not necessarily have to let Heiwu rule the Clear Moon continent. The rules of the cultivation world were cruel. As long as one was strong enough, one could intimidate everyone and make them not dare to resist. The South Heaven Supremacy had used his undefeatable strength to slay the previous ruler of the Clear Moon continent, thus becoming the ruler of the Clear Moon continent. That being said, there were many who rebelled against the South Heaven Supremacy, but for the past few thousand years, the South Heaven Supremacy still ruled over a continent. No one was able to challenge his position. Kill. The mysterious man uttered the order without hesitation. He had no idea if the man was one of the South Heaven Supremacy's men, but he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. At that very moment, the dozen black-robed men surrounding Gu Fei made their move. Tens of streams of power erupted from their bodies, forming an incomparably powerful force that enveloped Gu Fei. Damn it! Gu Fei was infuriated. It seemed these fellows had used this method to kill countless people. It was impossible for him to seal his own cultivation. At this moment, countless array runes appeared beneath Gu Fei's feet. These people had lured him here for a reason. Rumble. The void trembled as countless array runes rose from the ground, turning into heavenly sabers that slashed at Gu Fei. The sharp saber raised tore the void apart. Humph! Gu Fei just stood there motionlessly, allowing the countless heavenly blades formed by the formation runes to slash at him. Clang! As the heavenly sabers slashed at Gu Fei's body, a metallic clang was produced. The heavenly sabers were repelled and dissipated in the void. Outside the killing formation, the mysterious person couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The other party's physical body was so powerful that even a grand completion quasi-sage would be instantly killed if they entered this killing formation. Roar! Within the formation, more than 10 black-robed men roared in unison and drove the killing formation with all their might. They wanted to refine Gu Fei within the killing formation. Divine chains of the Great Path rushed out from the formation on the ground. They first wrapped around Gu Fei's feet, then wrapped around his entire body. On every divine chain of the Great Path, there were runes of the Great Path faintly visible. Clang. Every divine chain of the Great Path let out a clang and tightened inwards. The strong power of the Great Path was boundless. Humph! I don't believe that you can defy the heavens. The mysterious man stared at Gu Fei, who was wrapped up by the divine chains of the Great Path, and said coldly, Actually, I forgot to tell you that I often defy the heavens. Gu Fei's voice came from within the killing formation. What? The mysterious man was shocked. He could vaguely feel that such a person would not become anyone's subordinate. He seemed to have done something wrong. Boom. In the next moment, the chaotic aura in the killing formation exploded. The divine chains of the Great Path that wrapped around Gu Fei all collapsed and dissipated in the void. The extremely powerful chaotic power spread out. The killing formation under Gu Fei's feet was destroyed by the chaotic patterns of the Great Path. The killing formation collapsed. The dozen or so black-clothed men immediately screamed as they were sent flying. They spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. They suffered a great impact and fell to the ground, unable to stand up for a while. Gu Fei did not hold back. Since the other party wanted to kill him, why should he hold back? The chaotic power swept out, and the pavilion directly exploded. The people in the pavilion were either dead or injured. Even the mysterious man spat out blood and flew backward. Who are you? In the ruins, the mysterious man struggled to stand up. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure instantly appeared in front of the mysterious man. The mysterious man was shocked and then sat down on the ground. I said that I wanted to give you guys a great opportunity. Unfortunately, you guys don't want it. Gu Fei looked down at the mysterious man and said expressionlessly, "You are an ancient sage." At this time, the mysterious man realized that he was very wrong. He regretted it so much. This person turned out to be an ancient sage. Such an existence was enough to compete with old thief Nantian. "I'm old enough to curse," Gu Fei said. "All right, since Wu doesn't want to be the ruler of the Clear Moon continent, I will find someone who is willing," Gu Fei said and turned to leave without looking at the mysterious man. At this time, the mysterious man already knew that what the other party said was not a lie. This person was definitely not sent by old thief Nantian. Seeing Gu Fei's figure disappear in the forest, the mysterious man was agitated and spat out another mouthful of blood. After Gu Fei left Luoxia Island, he went straight to the lair of another group of pirates. The lair of this group of pirates was on the demonic Sky Island, which was about 30,000 miles away from the Clear Moon continent. The demonic Sky Island was an island where demonic corpses were discovered. On this island, some people would often see demonic figures walking around. This group of pirates was known as the Demonic Sky Pirates. Although the strength of the Demonic Sky Pirates was not as strong as the Wu Pirates, they were not too far off. The leader of the Demonic Sky Pirates was a great perfection quasi-sage. He was only half a step away from becoming a sage. "Big brother, our food is running out. Should we go for some exercise?" On a stone cliff of the Demonic Sky Island, there were countless caves. The living quarters of the Demonic Sky Pirates were these caves. In the largest stone room on the stone cliff, there were more than 10 ferocious-looking guys gathered. It's time to go for some exercise." A white-haired old man sitting at the head of the table nodded and said, "Big brother, I've received news that in 3 days, some of the ships of the Hierarch South Heaven will pass by the Devil's Gorge. When that time comes, a middle-aged man with a pale face and no facial hair standing beside the old man said, "We're going to rob Old Man South Heaven's belongings." Everyone in the stone room was shocked when they heard this. One should know that the ships were sent by the Hierarch South Heaven to search for rare treasures for him. No one spoke as they looked at the old man, waiting for him to make a decision. "Are you going to rob or not?" The middle-aged man said. "Of course we're going to rob." In the end, the old man said these words. As the old man made up his mind to rob the fleet of the Supreme South Heaven Supreme God's fleet, a figure silently appeared in the chamber. The figure arrived in front of the old man and kicked away a bulky man like a black iron tower before sitting down on the ground. "Who are you?" The person who came to a realization yelled. The man who was kicked aside let out a furious roar as he stood up from the ground. He raised his fist that was the size of a casserole and smashed it at the person. The person did not stand up from his seat, nor did he look like he was facing a formidable enemy. Instead, he casually reached out his right hand and used his right index finger to block the punch. What? Everyone was shocked upon seeing this. One should know that the person who attacked the man was a famous strongman among the Devil Sky Pirates with astonishing strength. Even a small hill would be smashed into pieces by the Black Iron Tower's punch. However, this person that suddenly appeared was able to use a single finger to block the Black Iron Pagoda's ferocious punch. This caused everyone in the stone room to be shocked. Roar. The Black Iron Tower roared continuously and continued to exert his strength. However, no matter how much strength he exerted, his fist could not move forward even an inch. "Black Bull, back off." The old man sitting at the head of the table looked at the person opposite him and said. Hearing this, the Black Iron Tower withdrew his fist unwillingly and stepped aside. "So you're the boss of the Devil Sky Pirates?" The person looked at the old man and asked. The person was none other than Gu Fei, who had silently arrived at the Devil Sky Island and entered the tightly guarded stone room. I'm their boss. May I know why you're here, fellow Taoist? The old man did not dare to be negligent. One should know that the person had snuck into the stone room without making a sound. Even he could not sense the person's arrival. This was enough to prove that the person's cultivation was definitely higher than his. Chapter 23:57. On the demonic Sky Island, the base of the demonic sky pirates was extremely quiet. Even the breathing of the crowd could be heard. At this moment, everyone in the huge stone chamber was looking at Gu Fei. They wanted to know what this mysterious man was trying to do. I'm here to give you a great opportunity. Gu Fei looked at the old man in front of him and said, A great opportunity. The old man was shocked upon hearing this. A person who could say something like this was definitely not an ordinary person. Could this person be a sage, or even one of those high and mighty ancient sages? He was very clear that this person was able to come here without anyone noticing. It was enough to show how powerful and terrifying this person was. If this person wanted to make a move on them, everyone here, including the old man, would not be spared. That's right. I can make you the ruler of the Clear Moon continent. Gu Fei looked into the old man's eyes and said, What? Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Becoming the ruler of the Clear Moon continent was not an easy task. One should know that the Clear Moon continent was currently under the control of the hierarch South Heaven. For thousands of years, no one had been able to shake the position of the hierarch South Heaven in the Clear Moon continent. You must be joking. Although the old man was shocked, he remained calm. His eyes flickered as he looked at Gu Fei. Humph, do I look like someone who would joke around? Gu Fei said calmly. Then what's your condition? As the leader of the demonic sky pirates, the old man naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In order to obtain something, one had to pay a corresponding price. Hee, it's very simple. You have to submit to me, Gu Fei said with a smile. The old man was startled upon hearing this. It seemed like this person was trying to make him submit to him. However, he had no choice but to agree to it given the current situation. He did not want to take the risk. He could not afford to offend this person. I'll give you some time to consider, Gu Fei said. However, he did not leave. He was waiting. Boss, we've spent our entire lives to build this organization. Are we going to give it away? Someone said something like that. That's right. Who does this fellow think he is? He actually wants us to submit to him the moment he arrives. A tall and burly man with a scar on his face said with dissatisfaction. Gu Fei watched this scene coldly. He knew very well that these unruly fellows wouldn't submit to him so easily, but he wasn't in a hurry. All of you, shut up, the old man shouted angrily. No one dared to say another word. This is the great fortune you spoke of, the old man asked Gu Fei. That's right. Becoming my subordinate is 100 times better than being pirates here, Gu Fei said. The old man pondered for a while and then said, All right, I agree. I am willing to submit, but you must also remember the promise you made to me. Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. You're much better than that black merc. Gu Fei nodded. You want to see Black Crow? The old man couldn't help but be taken aback. One must know that the strength of the Black Crow pirates was far from what the Devil Sky pirates could compare to. The Black Crow pirates were the strongest pirate organization among all the pirates. Gu Fei nodded his head, but he didn't say anything. The old man didn't dare to ask either. Remember, your master is called Gu Fei, and Gu Fei is me. Gu Fei swept his gaze across the crowd and said. Everyone present looked at each other. For a moment, it was difficult for them to accept this sudden change. They didn't know what to do. Yes, master. The old man took the lead and knelt before Gu Fei. When everyone saw that their boss had knelt, they followed suit. Everyone in the stone chamber knelt before Gu Fei. Very good. Gu Fei nodded. Then, he asked them to stand up. If I want to help you expand your territory as soon as possible, what can I do? Gu Fei asked the old man. The old man was the boss of the Devil Sky Pirates, so he naturally knew many ways to attack cities. In order to expand their territory, they would need a supreme expert to oversee it. Only with enough power could one conquer the world. In the stone chamber, Gu Fei was conversing with the old man. The old man's name was Luo Xiao, the Devil Sky Pirates that he had established. Luo Xiao was definitely capable. The Devil Sky Pirates were only slightly weaker than the Black Crow Pirates and were the second strongest pirate organization in the outer ocean of the Clear Moon continent. There was a reason why Gu Fei looked for Luo Xiao. In order to expand their territory, they would need to conquer the other forces in the nearby seas and establish a powerful force in the outer ocean to compete with the divine South Heaven of the Clear Moon continent. It wasn't like something like this hadn't happened in the past thousands of years. Using the power of the islands in the outer endless ocean to surround the Clear Moon continent. 1,000 years ago, a genius had once used this method. Back then, the person had unified all the factions in the outer endless ocean and led countless experts to invade the Clear Moon continent, which almost overthrew the rule of the South Heaven Divine Highness. In the end, that person fought with the Divine South Heaven and was defeated. He died, causing the Outer Ocean Alliance to collapse. All the forces in the Outer Ocean were in a state of disunity. In that battle, the forces in the Outer Ocean of the Clear Moon continent were almost uprooted by the Divine South Heaven. Since then, the forces in the Outer Ocean gradually declined and no longer had the strength to compete with the Divine South Heaven. This time, with the arrival of Gu Fei, there was finally a change in the Outer Ocean of the Clear Moon continent. Gu Fei chatted with Luo Xiao for around an hour before he left the Devil Sky Island and headed for the Mulberry Island near the Devil Sky Island. The Wood Mulberry Island was an island that was even larger than the Devil Sky Island. There was an ancient forest on this island that was uninhabited. Such an island wasn't without an owner. On the Mulberry Island, there was a divine tree that had gained intelligence. The divine tree was extremely powerful. Even Luo Xiao knew that he wasn't a match for the Tree Emperor. It was extremely difficult to achieve the Tao with plants. However, once one succeeded, one would be extremely powerful and invincible among the same level. Gu Fei wanted to subdue the Tree Emperor on the Mulberry Island and take the first step in expanding his territory. Soon, Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the Mulberry Island. A powerful aura spread out from his body. As he unleashed his aura, a powerful divine sense emerged from the depths of the island. "Who is it that has come to visit my Mulberry Island?" A voice rang out in Gu Fei's heart. "Die or submit?" Gu Fei didn't say anything else and let the Tree Emperor choose. "Oomph." The Tree Emperor snorted coldly as an even stronger aura gushed out from the depths of the ancient forest. All the living beings on the island were shocked beyond words. This Tree Emperor was the sovereign of the Mulberry Island. He controlled the life and death of all the living beings on the island. Since when had he ever been looked down upon as such? This caused him to be both shocked and infuriated. Boom, boom. In the depths of the primordial ancient forest, a monstrous wave of demonic chi burst out. An incomparably huge divine tree shot up into the sky from the depths of the primordial ancient forest. Countless branches hung down from the divine tree, and every branch had a spiritual light flowing around it. No wonder even Luo Xiao isn't willing to attack the Mulberry Island. It seems like this Tree Emperor is really strong. When Gu Fei caught sight of the heavenly tree that shot up into the sky, his pupils could not help but narrow. This was a quasi-demon saint, and was extremely strong. "Human, hurry up and scram, and I can still spare your life." The divine sense rippled out once more as the Tree Emperor reverted to his true form and rushed towards Gu Fei. The demonic chi spread out for 30,000 miles and was extremely terrifying. "Die or surrender." Gu Fei's reply was still the same. Swoosh. Just as Gu Fei was speaking, a branch pierced over from the distance. In an instant, it arrived before Gu Fei's chest, wanting to pierce through Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed onto that branch. He then tugged it forcefully, and that branch was torn apart by him. What? The Tree Emperor was truly taken aback right now. As the saying went, if one wasn't a ferocious dragon, one wouldn't cross the river. Since the other party dared to come knocking on his door, he must definitely have some sort of backing. No one would want to send themselves to death even if they knew that they weren't a match for the other party. Boom. Just as Gu Fei was about to tear off a branch of the Tree Emperor, the demonic chi of the Tree Emperor burst forth. Countless jade-green branches flew up and pierced towards Gu Fei. Densely packed dark green branches blotted out the sky and covered the earth, enveloping the entire stretch of sky. Ha ha! Gu Fei laughed out as he rushed up. All of the jade-green branches that were piercing towards him were repelled by the chaos chi shield that was surging out of his body. Bam! Instantly, he closed in on the Tree Emperor. Gu Fei then punched out with his fist, causing the void to tremble. With his fist as the center, a transparent ripple spread out in all directions. It was just a single punch, a seemingly ordinary punch. However, it had broken all of the jade-green branches that were piercing towards Gu Fei. At the same time, that gigantic tree body of the Tree Emperor was sent flying. How could this be? Just who in the world are you? Chapter 23:58. Even though the ruler of the Mulberry Island was called the Tree Emperor, he was a true quasi-sage perfection realm demon expert. He was only half a step away from becoming a demon sage. An existence like him was supposed to enter the world of chaos to overcome the heavenly tribulation of the demon sage. However, the Tree Emperor had missed his chance. The passageway to the world of chaos did not appear outside the Tonglong continent. The living beings in the God-Down Ocean were unaware of the opening of the world of chaos. This time, the arrival of Gu Fei had broken the peace of the Mulberry Island. Gu Fei was going to conquer the world and conquer the God-Down Ocean. Boom! Gu Fei extended his martial physique like an ancestral dragon. A powerful force burst out from his fist and sent the Tree Emperor flying a few thousand zhang away. Roar! The Tree Emperor roared furiously. Even though he was the ruler of the Mulberry Saber, he was nothing in front of Gu Fei. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stop himself from being pushed back. Kill! The Tree Emperor roared in rage. Demonic markings circled around his body as a powerful Taoist rhyme spread out from his body. A huge divine tree floated high up in the sky. Countless branches pierced through the sky and pierced through the void. The chi of the heavens and earth crazily gathered toward the Tree of God. The Tree Emperor was executing a great technique to absorb the energy of the heavens and earth. He was going to use this energy to fight against Gu Fei. If you have any skills, just use them. Gu Fei stood in the sky and stared at the Tree of God that was emitting a towering green demonic glow. His face revealed a smile. He was not in a rush to make his move. "You're too arrogant." The Tree Emperor's voice echoed in Gu Fei's heart. His tone was filled with murderous intent. "This human who dares to disturb me while I'm cultivating really deserves to die. Submit to me, don't struggle pointlessly." Gu Fei said, "Who do you think you are? Hierarch Southern Heaven?" The Tree Emperor said in disdain, "Hierarch Southern Heaven. I'll trample him under my feet sooner or later." Gu Fei said calmly, "Looks like you won't have the chance. Die." At this time, the Tree Emperor had already condensed his peak power. The powerful demon Saint Aura was vast and mighty, and the entire world was shaking. Endless wood essence chi rushed up from the island below, turning into rays of green light and entering the Tree Emperor's body. Then, the gigantic divine tree disappeared. The jade-green light that filled the sky retreated like a receding tide. A figure appeared high up in the sky, looking down at the earth. An extremely powerful aura spread out. "Interesting. You are qualified to be a demon general under my command." Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw this. This tree demon's cultivation was already infinitely close to the saint level. What he needed was a fated chance, an opportunity for him to become a saint. Shwa. Just as Gu Fei was muttering to himself, countless vines suddenly pierced through the void around Gu Fei and shot towards Gu Fei. Each vine was covered in barbs. If one were to be entangled by them, their skin would definitely be lacerated. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Of course, Gu Fei couldn't let the vines get close to him. The moment the vines were about to entangle him, a layer of chaos chi surged out from his body. All the vines collided with Gu Fei's chi aura, producing muffled sounds of impact, but were all blocked by the chi aura that emerged from Gu Fei's body. "You've mastered the great Tao of chaos." The wood mulberry tree emperor couldn't help but turn pale upon seeing this. At that moment, An even more powerful chaos chi burst out from Gu Fei's body. Buzz. The void trembled. A transparent ripple spread out in all directions with Gu Fei at the center. All the vines that came out from the void were shattered. Shwa. Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the wood mulberry tree emperor, within arm's reach. You. The wood mulberry tree emperor was truly taken aback right now. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura from this human. It was as though the other party could end his life at the very next moment. Gu Fei looked at the wood mulberry tree emperor calmly without saying anything. The forehead of the wood mulberry tree emperor, who had already taken on a human form, was filled with beads of sweat. Even though the other party's expression was extremely calm, he could tell that the other party was extremely dangerous. I'm willing to submit and serve you as my master. The wood mulberry tree emperor's voice was trembling. The pressure that Gu Fei was giving him was simply way too great. He had no choice but to submit, unless he truly wanted to die. However, having cultivated to the state that the wood mulberry tree emperor was at, how could he possibly wish to die? Very well. I'll confer you as the number 1 demon general under me. I hope that you won't disappoint me. Gu Fei said. Yes, master. The wood mulberry tree emperor knelt down on one knee before replying. The first order that I'm giving you is for you to bring your men and conquer all the other powers within a radius of 10,000 miles of this sea region. Gu Fei's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Yes, wood mulberry tree emperor obeys your orders. The wood mulberry tree emperor had no other choice but to obey Gu Fei's orders. The reason was simple. It was because Gu Fei was stronger than him, and much stronger at that. Next, the wood mulberry tree emperor gathered his subordinates. The tree race was a huge race. Over the endless years, there was no telling just how many trees had turned into spirits. Many of the tree race beings on the wood mulberry island had arrived. They were densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. Without any hesitation, the wood mulberry tree emperor brought his army of tens of thousands of tree race beings and swept through all the powers within the vicinity of 10,000 miles of the sea region with an unstoppable momentum. After the wood mulberry tree emperor unified the 10,000 miles of the sea region, Gu Fei ordered him to wait for further orders on the wood mulberry island, while Gu Fei himself headed for his next target. Gu Fei conquered the Clear Moon Continent's outer endless sea. Gradually, the structure of the Clear Moon Continent's outer endless sea began to change. Various factions began to unite, forming a formidable force. In just less than a month, Gu Fei had gathered hundreds of thousands of cultivators under his command. The day of him conquering the Clear Moon Continent's outer endless sea was just around the corner. Without any suspense, with Gu Fei's capabilities, conquering the Clear Moon Continent's outer endless sea was not a difficult task. While Gu Fei was conquering the outer endless sea, Hierarch South Heaven's men had also noticed the strangeness of the outer endless sea. They had sent experts to try and kill Gu Fei. However, these experts that Hierarch South Heaven thought were not enough in front of Gu Fei. All of them did not return, and were killed by Gu Fei on the spot. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had ordered his men to seal off the sea region. Hierarch South Heaven's fleet was completely robbed, with not a single survivor. In fact, he had already sealed off the entire Clear Moon continent. The incident of the Outer Endless Seas factions surrounding the Clear Moon continent had happened once again. This time, however, no one stood out. Even Hierarch South Heaven's men had restrained themselves, as if they were unwilling to clash with Gu Fei. Half a year later, Gu Fei was finally ready. He constructed a teleportation platform that could teleport between the Clear Moon continent and the Purple Sun continent. Through the teleportation platform, he teleported all the people that were left behind in the Purple Sun continent over. The 12 great bandits, the Iron Blood Taoist, and the others had all arrived. The people left behind to guard the Purple Sun continent were the Ming clan. 5,000 soldiers had also appeared in the outer endless sea of the Clear Moon continent. This was a powerful force under Gu Fei's control, which had once fought for Gu Fei in all directions. On the Wood Mulberry Island, Gu Fei was holding a banquet to welcome everyone. After 3 rounds of wine, the Iron Blood Taoist said, "Master, why should we be afraid of Hierarch South Heaven?" "I'm not afraid of him," Gu Fei said. "If that's the case, Master, Why don't we attack the Clear Moon continent and kill Hierarch South Heaven? The Black Dragon said. He was confused as to why Gu Fei would spend so much effort to unify the Outer Endless Seas factions. In his opinion, killing Hierarch South Heaven would allow him to become the new ruler of the Clear Moon continent. What's the rush? I'm not in a rush, Gu Fei said calmly. Then, Lord, when can we launch an attack on the Clear Moon region? The Iron Blood Taoist's eyes flickered like the stars. Soon, Gu Fei said. He had already unified the Outer Endless Sea and became the ruler of the Outer Endless Sea. He had gathered at least hundreds of thousands of living beings under his command, some of which were extremely powerful. On a dark and windy night, where one could not even see their fingers in front of them, countless living beings were gathered on the Outer Endless Sea of the Clear Moon continent. Chapter 23:59. No one had thought that someone would be able to unite the factions of the Outer Endless Sea and threaten the Clear Moon continent. That night, countless living beings stood in the darkness on the surface of the Outer Endless Sea. The surroundings were extremely quiet, as not a single person made a single sound. Up in the sky, Gu Fei couldn't help nodding his head in satisfaction. Master, I'm afraid it's difficult to shake the Southern Heaven Supremacy's ruling position in the Clear Moon continent with just this amount of strength. A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe stood beside Gu Fei. He was Gu Fei's right-hand man, the Iron Blood Taoist. How would you know without trying? Gu Fei said indifferently. His eyes were particularly bright in the darkness, like two cold stars in the darkness. The moon is high up in the sky. It's time. Let's begin. Gu Fei passed down the order to the Iron Blood Taoist. Following this, the Iron Blood Taoist and the 12 bandits behind Gu Fei immediately charged forward and landed in front of the countless living beings that were lined up neatly on the surface of the sea. Soon, the 12 bandits split up with a portion of the living beings. They would attack the Clear Moon continent from different directions at the same time. Meanwhile, the Iron Blood Taoist personally led Gu Fei's 5,000 soldiers toward the Clear Moon continent. He did not conceal his powerful murderous intent at all. As they approached the Clear Moon continent, the sound of a horn was immediately heard from a pass that connected the Clear Moon continent to the Outer Endless Sea. One figure after another soared into the sky from the pass, charging towards the oncoming Iron Blood Taoist and the 5,000 warriors. However, reality was cruel. These people were no match for the Iron Blood Taoist and the 5,000 warriors. The Iron Blood Taoist led the 5,000 soldiers and charged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Those who dared to stand in their way were all crushed into a bloody mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Kill. The Iron Blood Taoist led the 5,000 soldiers and charged into the pass. He then proceeded straight toward a city not far away from the pass. Loud shouts rang out from within the Moonview city. Groups of armored soldiers rushed out from within the city. Their bodies emitted a murderous aura. This was a troop of battle soldiers that had seen blood before. Otherwise, these battle soldiers wouldn't have such a strong murderous aura. Under the leadership of a middle-aged divine general, the soldiers of the Moonview city rose into the air and lined up above the city. They wanted to form a square formation and wait for the arrival of the strong enemy. They already received the news that the entrance to the vast moon region ahead was already breached by the enemy. As was imagined, numerous figures soon appeared in the skyline ahead. An extremely powerful chili chi swept over from the front, causing the middle-aged immortal general in Moonview City to change his face greatly. What kind of person could have such a terrifying murderous aura? Kill. Without any hesitation, the Iron Blood Taoist commanded the 5,000 warriors to charge through the skies towards the phalanx of the warriors of Moonview City. Boom. This was a huge collision that shook the void. However, the situation was completely one-sided. The phalanx of Moonview City soldiers that the Divine General led was smashed apart in an instant. Countless soldiers turned into a mist of blood in an instant, both their bodies and souls destroyed. The Iron Blood Taoist also made his move. With a single move, he took the head of the Divine General of Moonview City. Can't even withstand a single blow. The Iron Blood Taoist threw the head of the Divine General away and charged into Moonview City. In less than an hour, the Moonview City had a new master. Without stopping, The Iron-Blood Taoist led the 5,000 warriors and continued to charge forward. Wherever they passed, cities were destroyed one after another. Fresh blood dyed his robe red. Every time a city was taken down, the people behind would take over another city. The forces in the outer endless sea became the strength to consolidate the results of the battle. Haha, this feels great. Following behind the Iron-Blood Taoist were the Devil Sky Pirates. At this moment, Luo Xiao was bursting with joy. He did not even dare to imagine that he would be able to take over the cities of the Clear Moon continent. But now, such a thing was actually happening. Master is indeed powerful. At this rate, the Clear Moon continent will have a new master before daybreak. Thinking of Gu Fei's methods, Luo Xiao could not help but be impressed. Boom! Just as Luo Xiao was following the Iron-Blood Taoist closely, a loud noise was heard in front of them. An extremely powerful wave of energy came from the front. What's going on? Luo Xiao was extremely shocked. He stood on the peak of a mountain and looked ahead. There was a big city 1,000 miles away. At this moment, there were two powerful figures fighting in the sky above the big city. There's actually someone who can stop the Iron-Blood Taoist. Luo Xiao was in disbelief. He knew very well that the Iron-Blood Taoist was a sage and was extremely powerful. Even in the entire Clear Moon continent, he was almost invincible. At this moment, the 5,000 battle soldiers got into a battle formation and stopped high up in the sky. In front of the 5,000 battle soldiers, there was a dense crowd of people standing there. They were tens of thousands of warriors wearing godly armor and holding long spears. Could that be one of the 10 great ancient cities of the Clear Moon continent, Peerless City? Luo Xiao mumbled to himself. There were 10 ancient cities in the Clear Moon continent. Each city had a population of millions, and more than 80% of the cultivators in the Clear Moon continent were gathered there. Only the 10 great ancient cities could send out tens of thousands of warriors. The other cities definitely did not have such resources. Very well. I've finally met an opponent I've imagined. In the sky above the ancient city, the Iron-Blood Taoist and the man exchanged a blow before both of them were sent flying. Who are you? How dare you stir up trouble? In front of the Iron-Blood Taoist was a middle-aged godly general in purple armor. The godly general's armor was faintly covered in godly runes, emitting a powerful godly force. The Clear Moon continent is going to change. I advise you to forsake the darkness and join the light. The Iron-Blood Taoist said. What did you say? The godly general was instantly enraged. He was the city lord of Peerless City, and also the disciple of the South Heaven Divine Lord. How could he not be angry when he heard the Iron-Blood Taoist say such disrespectful words? Surrender is the only way out for you. The Iron-Blood Taoist looked at the Peerless City Lord calmly and said, You deserve to die. The Peerless City Lord was infuriated. He immediately swung the halberd in his hand and charged at the Iron-Blood Taoist. Every swing of the halberd would emit a divine glow that seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Plang. The Iron-Blood Taoist was incomparably domineering. He used the Phoenix Tribulation to block the halberd and spat out a mouthful of true Phoenix fire at the Peerless City Lord. The true Phoenix fire was incomparably domineering. Wherever the true Phoenix fire shrouded, the void was destroyed silently. Whoosh! The Peerless City Lord quickly backed away. However, no matter how fast he backed away, his right hand was still burned by the true Phoenix fire. His arm was immediately engulfed by the true Phoenix fire. Roar! The Peerless City Lord let out a furious roar and swung the halberd in his hand, chopping off his entire right arm. The arm that was chopped off by the Peerless City Lord was burned into ashes by the divine Phoenix fire within a few breaths' time, disappearing into the void. Sage! The Peerless City Governor broke out in cold sweat from the pain, but the divine power in his body was vast. The muscles on his right shoulder were growing rapidly, and his bones were reconstructed. Soon, a new arm appeared before everyone's eyes. At his level of cultivation, it was not difficult to regenerate flesh and blood. Surrender or not? The Iron-Blood Taoist did not follow up with another attack. He wanted to give the Heavenly General a chance. Humph! Impossible, the Peerless City Lord said coldly. He was the disciple of the Southern Heaven's supremacy. How could he surrender? The people that ruled the 10 great ancient cities were all the southern heaven supremacy's trusted subordinates. Very well, then there's no other way. The Iron Blood Taoist said. He did not want to kill the peerless city lord, but the peerless city lord was unwilling to surrender. He had no choice but to kill him. So what if you're a sage? I can still kill you in the human realm. The peerless city lord let out a furious roar and charged forward with the halberd in his hand. Divine runes appeared on the halberd as a powerful wave of divine power burst out from it. Buzz. The rift trembled as the peerless city lord attacked with all his might. He raised the halberd and swung it down at the Iron Blood Taoist. A sacred weapon? The Iron Blood Taoist squinted his eyes. He raised the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand and swung it upwards. 9 Phoenix Tao runes burst out from the Phoenix Tribulation and turned into 9 godly phoenixes. Each godly phoenix emitted an extremely powerful true phoenix fire. The fire burned the sky as if 9 real fiery phoenixes had appeared between the heavens and earth. The divine fire burned the rift red. The Tao runes on the halberd flickered wildly. The raging fire lit up the entire heavens and earth. Even from a few thousand li away, the flames could be seen in the sky above the peerless city. The peerless city lord's hands that were holding the halberd were scorched, but he still clenched his teeth and swung at the Iron Blood Taoist. The 9 fiery phoenixes were knocked away by the divine Tao energy emitted from the halberd. Clang! The halberd in the peerless city lord's hand struck the Phoenix Tribulation fiercely. Then, the halberd was knocked high into the sky by the Phoenix Tribulation. What a pity! The Iron Blood Taoist felt his arm tremble. A few cuts appeared on his right hand that was holding the Phoenix Tribulation. Blood was seeping out. At this moment, the 9 fiery phoenixes that were knocked away by the halberd rushed back and rushed into the peerless city lord's body. Master, I can't serve you anymore. Wushuang's city lord bellowed. Boom! With a bang, his entire body exploded, turning into a ball of divine fire. His muscles, bones, flesh, and even his divine soul were burned to ashes by the true phoenix fire. The Iron Blood Taoist didn't say anything. The divine fire turned back into 9 fiery phoenixes and flew back into the Phoenix Tribulation. The tens of thousands of peerless soldiers were shocked to see their commander die. There was a commotion. Then, without a commander to lead them, the peerless soldiers were defeated by the 5,000 soldiers. Chapter 2360. Gu Fei's 5,000 soldiers were incomparably powerful. Their flesh was tempered by endless spiritual qi, making their flesh as strong as a quasi-sacred weapon. Although there were only 5,000 of them, they were far stronger than an army of thousands. The Iron Blood Taoist led the strongest soldiers and swept across a distance of over 10,000 li wherever he went. There was nothing that could stop him. Even the Peerless City, one of the 10 great ancient cities of the Clear Moon continent, was conquered by the Iron Blood Taoist. However, the millions of living beings in the city did not cause a huge commotion. The Iron Blood Taoist had only conquered Peerless City. The next group to occupy Peerless City was Luo Zhao's Devil Sky Pirates. The Devil Sky Pirates were no longer the same Devil Sky Pirates that had not submitted to Gu Fei in the past. Luo Zhao did not dare to let his men plunder wantonly, as it was something that Gu Fei did not want to see. The process of occupying Peerless City was not as smooth as it seemed. There was some resistance in the city, but the resistance was soon suppressed. As the Iron Blood Taoist continued to lead the 5,000 soldiers to attack the South Heaven Divine Palace in the center of the Clear Moon continent, the 12 forces that had invaded the Clear Moon continent from other places were also surrounding the South Heaven Divine Palace. Although the Clear Moon region was very vast, it did not seem to be a difficult thing for Gu Fei and the others to take down this great continent. The South Heaven Divine Palace was protected by the 10 great divine cities and was the heart of the continent. As long as they conquered the South Heaven Divine Palace, the Clear Moon continent would change. I didn't expect to see such a person in this divine city. At this moment, Zhu Guiyang was in the sky above a divine city, fighting against a young man in silver armor. Powerful ripples spread out in all directions, shocking everyone in the divine city. It had been many years since something like this had happened. The minds of the living beings in the divine city went blank as they witnessed the battle in the sky. Where did this guy come from? How dare he target me, the heaven-warring emperor? The young god yelled while fighting Zhuge Liang. He was the city lord of the godly city, and one of the top 10 disciples of Supremacy South Heaven. The top 10 disciples of Hierarch Southern Heaven were conferred the title of Shun King by Hierarch Southern Heaven. Each Shun King was assigned to guard a city. These 10 city lords were the 10 Shun Kings of the Clear Moon continent apart from Hierarch Southern Heaven. The city lord of Peerless City who was killed by the Iron Blood Taoist was the Peerless Emperor, and this young man was the War Emperor. Humph! What arrogance! You actually dare to call yourself the War God? Even I don't dare to use such a title, Zhuge Liang said disdainfully. While they were talking, the two experts were moving quickly in the sky. Colorless divine light was flowing on the 5-colored feather fan in Zhuge Liang's hand. This was the power of the 5 elements. Zhuge Liang waved the 5 elements feather fan in his hand. 5 elements Tao runes appeared on the feather fan, and the power of the 5 elements turned into 5-colored divine flames that burned toward the War Emperor. The War Emperor was holding a divine weapon in his hand. It was the yin-yang scissors. Under the War Emperor's control, 2 dragons, one black and one white, rushed out of the yin-yang scissors and leaped thousands of meters into the air, intertwining as they cut toward Zhuge Liang. The 2 masters were evenly matched. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate. High up in the sky, the countless living beings brought by Zhuge Liang formed a battle formation and confronted the war soldiers of Heaven-Warring City. Both camps were filled with murderous intent. In fact, the role of the war soldiers did not play a decisive role in this battle. With the cultivation of Zhuge Liang and the War Emperor, even if they were facing thousands of soldiers, they would not panic. No matter how many war soldiers there were, it would not be enough for them to kill. The outcome of this battle would be decided by Zhuge Liang and the War Emperor. If the War Emperor lost, Heaven-Warring City would have to change owners. On the other hand, if Zhuge Liang lost, the countless living beings he brought would be slaughtered by the War Emperor, and the crisis of Heaven-Warring City would be resolved. Just as Zhuge Liang fell into a bitter struggle, the situation of the other 12 great bandit lords was not optimistic. The other 8 divine cities were engaged in a chaotic battle. Countless figures fought fiercely high up in the sky. From time to time, figures would fall from the sky, staining the ground red with their blood. The disciples of Hierarch Southern Heaven were not weak. They were far stronger than the other city lords. Each of the 10 Shun Kings was a powerful quasi-saint. In the sky above one of the divine cities, a huge divine tree stretched out its endless branches. Each branch pierced through the void, piercing through the war soldiers and devouring their vitality. Damn old monster! A divine being surrounded by divine flames rushed over from afar, attacking the Tree King. His powerful divine might shook the heavens and the earth, shattering the void as he displayed his supreme divine might. This divine being was like a fire god descending to the world. The vast divine fire on his body illuminated the night sky. Kill! A powerful divine sense burst out from the towering divine tree. Following it, countless branches pierced through the divine being like peerless weapons. Roar! The divine being let out a furious roar. It was as if he had turned into a brilliant godly Sunday. 9 divine runes burst out from his body, and the power of the god Tao spread across the world. Countless branches piercing through his body were burned into ashes. Interesting. The Tree Emperor was startled. He had no choice but to get serious. The huge divine tree disappeared, and a figure walked out from the boundless green glow. Eat my arrow. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He held a green jade bow in his hand and knocked an arrow. Endless chi of the heavens and earth immediately gathered toward the green jade bow in his hand. A divine arrow surrounded by runes appeared on the bow. The divine arrow emitted a powerful wave of demonic chi. Whoosh! The Tree Emperor let go of the arrow. The arrow pierced through the void and arrived in front of the divine being in an instant. Its speed shocked the divine being. Boom! The divine fire appeared, and the figure of the god instantly disappeared. However, at that moment, the divine sword directly pierced through the divine fire. At this moment, The divine fire quickly condensed and a figure appeared in the divine fire. Damn. Seeing this, even someone as strong as the Tree Emperor couldn't help but be surprised. The blazing Shun King's divine body could actually turn into divine fire and dodge his arrow. However, just as the blazing Shun King was about to pounce on the Tree Emperor, the arrow flew back and shot toward the blazing Shun King's back. It's not that easy to dodge my arrow, the Tree Emperor sneered. This was a divine arrow shot by the Jasper divine bow. It would not stop until it was stained with blood. Moreover, this divine arrow could automatically devour the spiritual chi in the surroundings. Its power would only increase and not decrease. Whoosh! The moment the blazing Shan King shot the arrow, he turned into a flame and shot into the sky, dodging it. However, almost at the same time, the divine arrow made a turn in the air and chased after the raging fire divine emperor who was soaring into the sky at an extremely fast speed. How dare you! The raging inferno emperor once again turned into a divine fire and dodged the divine arrow that was chasing after him. However, this wasn't a solution. The arrow pierced through the divine fire and actually absorbed a lot of fire elemental chi to strengthen itself. On the divine arrow, there were countless runes circling around, attracting spiritual chi from all directions to gather. The blazing Shun King's figure once again appeared in the divine fire. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The divine arrow had divinity, which caused the blazing Shun King to be affected. Whoosh! The Tree Emperor pulled the bow again and shot the second arrow. What? The blazing Shun King's expression changed. Sky Splitter. The blazing Shin King performed a great technique, directly tearing the void and creating a small world. The divine arrow pierced through and was directly absorbed into the small world created by the blazing Shun King. The Tree Emperor was very surprised. This guy was definitely not a sage, but he was able to create an inner world. This guy's cultivation was really extraordinary. However, the small world created by the blazing Shen King couldn't last long. After collecting 2 divine arrows, the blazing Shun King already felt that he couldn't do as he wished. Creating a world was not an easy task. Although the blazing Shen King was a sage to be, he could only create an unstable small world. If one wanted to create a stable small world, they would have to become a sage or master a divine artifact to stabilize the small world and prevent the inner world from collapsing. Let's see how many arrows you can collect. The Tree Emperor drew his bow again and again, continuously shooting out divine arrows. He shot out 9 arrows in one breath. The divine arrows were like rainbows, piercing through the void and shooting towards the raging inferno divine emperor. The powerful energy waves shook heaven and earth, causing all living beings to tremble. After shooting the 9 arrows, the Tree Emperor also felt a sense of exhaustion. Drawing the Jasper divine bow and shooting the divine arrows consumed too much essence chi. The blazing Shin King was shocked. The 9 divine arrows turned into 9 rainbows and shot into the sky, piercing towards him. Open. The blazing Shen King was furious. He desperately channeled the divine power in his body, and endless divine fire erupted from his body. The void was annihilated, and a small world formed completely by divine fire appeared between the heaven and the earth. He actually wanted to collect the 9 shocking divine arrows into his small world at the same time. Boom! At the moment when the 9 divine arrows shot into the small world that the blazing Shen King created suddenly exploded. The power contained in the 9 divine arrows was too strong. It was not something that the small world that the blazing Shun King created could dissolve. The small world collapsed, and the blazing Shun King suffered a huge impact. He was sent flying, and his physical body was almost destroyed by the explosion. At that moment, countless branches broke through the void and pierced into the blazing Shun King's body, devouring his essence chi continuously. This guy is not bad. Far in the sky, a person stood in the void. When he saw this, he could not help but nod. This person was Gu Fei. Chapter 2361. The Tree Emperor was extremely powerful. He actually devoured all the divine power of the raging Inferno Shin King, directly destroying the raging inferno Shen King's body and soul. Roar! The tree emperor roared into the sky. The peerless demonic might filled the air, shaking the mountains and rivers. In the raging inferno city below, all the creatures' minds went blank. They were all shocked to the extreme. The raging inferno Shen King was dead. Such an outcome was unacceptable to the creatures in the city. Kill, avenge the Shen King. The countless soldiers did not disperse because of the death of the raging inferno Shen King. Instead, they exploded with an even stronger will to fight. Everyone had a common enemy, and they directly rushed towards the tree emperor. Endless divine light illuminated the night sky. War horses came through the air, shaking the earth and sky, and tiny cracks appeared in the void. The 5 divine generals were all surrounded by divine fire, and their will to fight was like a rainbow. They each led their own troops, formed a battle formation, and rushed forward. Kill. Without hesitation, the countless creatures led by the tree emperor also formed a battle formation and rushed towards the soldiers of the raging inferno city. A great battle broke out. Above the sky, countless figures were fighting. The tens of feet tall treants were extremely powerful. As soon as they rushed past, clouds of blood suddenly burst out in the void. Countless raging inferno soldiers were directly destroyed. This was the Treant clan under the Tree Emperor. This clan was one of the strongest among all the forces in the outer endless sea of the Haoyue region. Roar! A divine general rushed over on his horse. He slashed out with the raging inferno saber in his hand, cutting a Treant in half at the waist. The wound was surrounded by raging flames. However, the next moment, the 2 halves of the Treant that had been cut in half reconnected. A green demonic light flashed, and it actually recovered in an instant. What? The divine general was shocked. The recovery ability of the Treant clan was indeed amazing. The power of the wood element was originally the power of life. If one wanted to kill the experts of the Treant clan, they would have to ignite their natal true yuan. However, this divine general did not have the chance. At this time, the 5 Treants had already surrounded him. Thorny vines grew rapidly in the void, and then entangled the divine general. Damn it! The divine general was both shocked and enraged. He swung the saber in his hand with all his might, sending out beams of dazzling saber light to cut down all the vines that were trying to entangle him. However, these vines grew endlessly. After one batch was destroyed, a new batch would be born. In the end, the 5 Treants attacked at the same time. Countless vines pierced through the void and entangled the divine general's saber. Then, the countless thorny vines wrapped around the divine general tightly. Shwa. The Treant who was severed into 2 by the immortal general disappeared in a split second. In the next moment, the Treant appeared in front of the immortal general and beheaded him. In the face of absolute power, the soldiers of Raging Fire God City were just sending themselves to death. Just after the battle, countless figures fell from the sky. Seeing this scene, all the creatures in the Raging Fire God City were stunned. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The Tree Emperor did not attack again. He suddenly looked into the distance, but there was nothing there. However, he sensed that someone was spying on him. He was astounded. Could it be that there was another mysterious expert in the Raging Fire God City? The outcome of the battle had been decided. Gu Fei headed straight for the South Heaven Palace. He had to meet the ultimate god of South Heaven first. Back on the Life Island, the ultimate god of South Heaven had always disliked Qin Nan. Although the ultimate god of South Heaven had survived the battle on the Life Island, he had suffered a great impact too. He had to cultivate in seclusion to recover his strength. The South Heaven Palace was an ancient palace, one of the temporary residences of the ultimate god of South Heaven. The palace was said to be eternal. It floated above the ancestral vein of the continent, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. It was a sacred palace high up in the clear moon continent. Only the direct disciples of the ultimate god of South Heaven were allowed to enter the place. No one else was allowed to get close to the sacred palace. Not a bad place. Gu Fei soon arrived at the area close to the South Heaven Palace. He stopped in the sky and saw a light pillar connecting the heavens and earth. There was a flickering glow visible to the naked eye in the light pillar. The terrain and the heavenly chi had been altered by someone. On the ground, dragons and snakes could be seen moving up and down, as well as the earth veins. It was the source of the earth chi of the clear moon continent. The terrain was where the ancestral vein of the earth was located. As for the heavenly chi, Gu Fei was unable to see anything, but he could sense that the energy of the stars in the sky was gathering toward the light pillar, connecting to the earth chi from below and guiding the energy of the stars from above. This ultimate god of South Heaven is quite impressive. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei immediately realized that it would not be easy for him to take down the South Heaven Godly Palace. The South Heaven Godly Palace was surrounded by a powerful formation, which was even stronger than Mount Duzuan of the Xiang continent. However, even so, he had no intention of letting the ultimate god of South Heaven go. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before landing on a nearby mountain peak and sat cross-legged on a boulder on the mountain peak. He was waiting for the ultimate god of South Heaven. Meanwhile, the 3 godly cities had been taken down. Gu Fei knew that the other godly cities would soon be taken down too. When that happened, the ultimate god of South Heaven would have to show himself even if he was in seclusion. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber inside the South Heaven Palace, 10 jade badges were placed on the table. An old man was staring at the jade badges on the table nervously. Among the 10 jade badges, 3 of them had already broken into pieces. How is this possible? The Blazing Shun King, the Battle Emperor, and the unparalleled Martial Emperor are all dead. The old man murmured with a trembling voice. He could not believe that there was a faction in the Clear Moon continent that was able to kill the 3 Shin Kings in a single night. Crack. As the old man was immersed in his astonishment, one of the remaining 7 jade badges on the table suddenly broke into pieces. What? At that instant, the old man was dumbfounded. Another Shin King had fallen. Who is this person? Why is he so powerful? Could it be an external faction? Without hesitation, the old man left the secret chamber and headed to the place where the ultimate god of South Heaven was cultivating in seclusion. Although the ultimate god of South Heaven had repeatedly told him not to disturb the ultimate god's cultivation, he had no choice but to disturb the ultimate god at a time like this, as 4 of the ultimate god's core disciples had already fallen. The place of seclusion was deep inside the South Heaven Palace. There was a purposely constructed stone chamber there, which happened to be the place where the energy of the earth progenitor vein and the force of the stars gathered. While cultivating in the stone chamber, the ultimate god of South Heaven was able to utilize the energy of the earth progenitor vein and the force of the stars to heal his injuries. The old man arrived outside the stone chamber. The door of the chamber was tightly shut. On the surface of the stone door were vague divine runes, resulting in a tremendous pressure. It was as if a terrifying heavenly beast was slumbering inside. Even the powerful old man could not help but feel intimidated. The ultimate god was a supreme existence in the martial highness realm. Even though living beings above the sacred realm were not allowed to appear in the human realm, not everyone could endure the aura of a martial highness. An exalt realm existence was absolutely an overlord-level figure even in the primordial world of ancient times. The old man knocked on a small bronze bell beside the stone door. A melodious chime was heard. The sound wave from the bell seemed to penetrate the rift and spread across the entire palace. What's the matter? Following this, a voice could be heard coming from the stone chamber. Master, there's a great change in the Clear Moon continent. The 4 Shin Kings have fallen. The old man did not dare to waste any time. What? A furious roar could be heard coming from the stone chamber. What exactly happened? Hurry up and find out what's going on. In the stone chamber, on a godly platform, the South Heaven ultimate god was both shocked and infuriated. Following this, he gave the order to the old man. He was at a crucial moment and would only come out in half an hour. Inside the stone chamber, countless god runes were circling in the air. Above the South Heaven ultimate god's head, starlight descended from the sky like a heavenly river and entered his body. Below the godly platform, countless formation runes were vaguely appearing, which gathered the energy of the earth progenitor vein and entered his body too. A brilliant glow flickered between the South Heaven ultimate god's brows. A powerful force of god energy spread from the glow. He was fully executing his divine ability to utilize the force of the heavens and earth to treat his injuries. Meanwhile, outside the stone chamber, the old man had already left. Following this, a figure left the South Heaven Divine Palace. As the person exited the South Heaven Divine Palace, Gu Fei, who was sitting on a mountain close to 10,000 li away from the South Heaven Divine Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone finally came out, but it's not the South Heaven Ultimate God. Gu Fei rose to his feet from the boulder. Whoosh! Following this, Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the mountain. As soon as the old man left the range of the South Heaven Divine Palace's formation, a figure appeared in front of him and intercepted him. The old man was shocked. He stared at the young man and said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" "Not bad, a sacred realm cultivator." Gu Fei glanced at the old man and said, "Could it be you guys?" The old man's expression changed tremendously as a sudden thought crossed his mind. These people had already reached the outside of the South Heaven Divine Palace's formation. How was this possible? It was hard to imagine that these people had conquered half of the Clear Moon continent in just a single night. It seemed like they had been plotting for a long time. "Surrender. You're no match against me." Gu Fei looked at the old man and said, "Who are you? Why are you trying to incite this chaos?" Chapter 2362. The old man had followed the Southern Heaven Hierarch for countless years. He had already been by the Southern Heaven Hierarch side since the ancient times. In other words, although the Southern Heaven Hierarch and the old man were master and servant, they were still family. Compared to the 10 disciples of the Southern Heaven Hierarch, the one he trusted the most was the old man. Even his direct disciples were not as trustworthy as the old man. "I'll know everything after I take you down." Although the old man seemed to be old, once he decided to go all out, it was earth-shattering. A powerful aura of the sacred path burst out from his body, causing the world to tremble. Sacred path? It seems like. Gu Fei's eyes flickered. The old man's cultivation was indeed powerful, but in the human world, even a sacred ruler would not dare to remove the seal on his body. The old man's cultivation was between a sacred ruler and a sacred ruler. Gu Fei never thought that he would meet such a person in the Clear Moon continent. If that's the case, I should be the one saying that. Gu Fei looked at the old man and said calmly. This was the strongest expert he had ever met since he came to the Clear Moon continent. It was time for him to have some fun. Arrogant. The old man's expression was stern. He was disdainful of Gu Fei's words. Although this young man was also a sacred ruler, how could he be compared to the Southern Heaven Hierarch who had already achieved the Tao in the ancient times? "You'll know soon enough whether I'm arrogant or not," Gu Fei said. His aura did not change at all. There was no powerful aura being emitted, nor was there any shocking energy ripples. He just stood in the air, letting the night breeze blow at him, and his hair fluttered in the wind. Returning to the natural state, how is this possible? Seeing that Gu Fei was going to fight him in such a state, the old man could not help but be shocked. Is this kid really a sacred ruler? Above the sacred rulers were the sacred rulers. The sacred rulers always showed off their abilities. When they fought against others, every single move they made would contain tremendous power. However, at the sacred ruler realm, the edges of the sacred rulers would be worn down. They would no longer show off their abilities, and their sacred aura would be withdrawn. This was what the old man meant by returning to the natural state, just like an ordinary person. Kill. Although the old man was shocked, he did not hesitate and attacked. Bang. The old man extended a hand, and a huge golden hand immediately rushed out from his hand, slapping toward Gu Fei. There were patterns of the Tao revolving around the golden hand, and it was drawing upon the power of the divine Tao. Boom! Gu Fei directly punched out and smashed the huge golden hand. An earth-shattering sound was heard as the huge golden hand was smashed into pieces by his fist. What? The old man was shocked. He never thought that his opponent would be so powerful. Furthermore, the power of his opponent's punch was so great that it made his heart palpitate. Shwa. The old man's figure blurred, leaving behind an afterimage where he stood. His real body had already retreated tens of miles away. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my palm." Gu Fei was like a shadow. He strode through the air and chased after the old man at the speed of 8 steps. Then, he slammed his palm towards the old man who was retreating. Rumble. As Gu Fei's palm pushed forward, the entire space before his palm began to tremble. Pitch-black cracks appeared in the space, as if it would collapse and be destroyed at any time. The palm had sealed off the surroundings, making the old man unable to dodge it. He had no choice but to face it head-on, which shocked him once again. His opponent's battle skill was indeed terrifying. A simple and straightforward battle skill had displayed great power. At that moment, the old man no longer doubted that the young man was really a sacred ruler. Since when did such an expert appear in the ocean? The old man's heart shuddered. He had been following the Divine South Heaven for a long time, and had seen the Divine South Heaven fight against all kinds of experts. He had seen all kinds of experts. But now, the young sacred ruler was giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. "Let's do it." The old man clenched his teeth and spat out a golden cauldron, which collided with Gu Fei's palm. There were 9 golden divine runes vaguely visible on the cauldron, emitting a powerful aura of the sacred path. Gu Fei's huge hand directly slapped the golden cauldron that was charging towards him. The powerful force sent the cauldron flying back, leaving a handprint on it. How is this possible? His physical strength has actually reached such a level? The old man's expression changed. He knew very well how powerful his sacred weapon was. It was a cauldron refined from the metal will of the 5 elements. Although the metal will of the metal will was not an immortal material, it was still a rare material in the world. Most importantly, the cauldron was refined with the help of the Divine South Heaven. It could be said that although the cauldron was a sacred weapon, it was different from ordinary sacred weapons. It was half an ultimate god's honorable weapon. It's able to withstand my palm and not break. Strange. At that moment, Gu Fei was even more surprised. One should know that he was a sacred ruler of martial arts. The power of his palm was so strong that it could even shatter a sacred weapon. Come. At that moment, the old man performed a great divinity. He held the cauldron in his hand and pointed the mouth of the cauldron at Gu Fei. A heaven-devouring force immediately surged from the cauldron and sucked Gu Fei into the cauldron. So what if you're a sacred ruler? You're still going to die. The old man was overjoyed. He never thought he would be able to suck the young man into the cauldron so easily. Bang! Just as the old man was overjoyed, the cauldron in his hand suddenly shook violently and almost flew out of his hand. On the cauldron's wall, there was a bulge in the shape of a palm. Nice one. The old man was surprised. He immediately sat in the air and activated the divine power in his body. He performed a great divinity in an attempt to refine Gu Fei inside the cauldron. The cauldron shook. 9 golden divine glyphs intertwined on the body of the cauldron. The power of metal was vast. Within the cauldron, there seemed to be a god awakening from a deep slumber. A destructive presence was emitted from the cauldron. This saint weapon is not bad. It was actually refined from metal. No wonder I couldn't break it with a single strike. Gu Fei's voice sounded from within the cauldron. The old man's shock was no small matter. This opponent was much more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. I don't believe I can't refine you to death. The old man was furious. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood at the cauldron. The blood turned into a bloody mist and entered the cauldron. After the cauldron absorbed the old man's blood, it immediately began to shake violently. The power within the cauldron was completely activated. The 9 glyphs shone with dazzling light. A golden swirl appeared inside the cauldron. A destructive presence surged from the swirl, wanting to devour Gu Fei and obliterate him completely. How is this possible? Very soon, the old man realized that something was wrong. Inside the cauldron, Yi Futian's presence did not weaken, nor was he devoured by the golden swirl. Yi Futian sat cross-legged inside the cauldron. No matter how the golden swirl tried to devour him, Yi Futian remained unmoving. Yes, I want this saint weapon. Inside the cauldron, Gu Fei felt the waves of power from the cauldron. He was very satisfied with this saint weapon. His disciple, Gu Zhong, lacked a metal saint weapon. This saint weapon was very suitable for him. When Gu Fei thought of this, he activated a great technique. A wave spread from his body. 9 chaotic Tao glyphs emerged from his body and rushed out, imprinting themselves on the cauldron. The old man sensed the change inside the cauldron. He was instantly shocked. The chaotic Tao glyphs that rushed out from Yi Fuqian actually imprinted themselves on the cauldron. They wanted to erase the imprint that he had left in the cauldron. This abominable fellow wanted to snatch away the sacred artifact that he had spent his entire life refining. How could the old man allow Gu Fei to take away his saint weapon? He attacked with all his might. The power of the metal element was vast. His body shone with dazzling golden light, illuminating the night sky. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the sky. Rumble. The sound of wind and thunder came from the cauldron. 2 forces were fighting for control of the cauldron. The power of the metal element and the power of chaos were constantly colliding. 9 golden Tao glyphs and 9 chaotic Tao glyphs were entangled. They both wanted to destroy each other and take the cauldron. Spirit Sword of the Way, Gu Fei said in a low voice. Then, a purple vertical mark appeared between his eyebrows. Swoosh. A divine eye seemed to suddenly open on Gu Fei's brow. A beam of purple divine light rushed out and turned into a divine sword of the great path. Then, it pierced through the void and directly passed through the divine tripod, slashing towards the old man. They were so close. Gu Fei suddenly attacked, and the old man was using all his powers to fight Gu Fei for the cauldron. By the time the Sword of the Way broke through the void and pierced through, it was already too late for him to dodge. Swoosh. The sword of the great path pierced through the old man's body and then rushed out. It broke through the void and flew into the cauldron, sinking into the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. The light in the old man's eyes suddenly disappeared. His eyes became empty. The golden light on his body also dissipated. Then, his head drooped down, and he fell from the sky. A cultivator who was close to the level of a saint, and a saint king had died just like that. There was no way that he could survive being cut by the Sword of the Way. The old man's primordial spirit was destroyed by the sword of the great path, leaving behind a soulless shell. Oh no! Just as Gu Fei used his primordial spirit Tao sword to kill the old man, he suddenly realized that he shouldn't have killed this fella directly. Gu Fei wanted to subdue the old man and read the memories of his soul. That way, he would know the truth of the Nantian Divine Palace. Chapter 2363. An old servant of the South Heaven Divine Lord had been killed by Gu Fei. This was not Gu Fei's original intention. He initially wanted to capture the old man and learn everything about the South Heaven Divine Palace from him. However, he had to think of another way now. That being said, if Gu Fei was willing to wait for a period of time, he could use the extreme saint weapon to slowly erase the formation runes outside the South Heaven Divine Palace to destroy the formation protecting the palace. However, it was not an easy task to use the extreme saint weapon to unleash its power. It would require time to prepare. At that moment, Gu Fei completely unleashed his divine sense. In an instant, his divine sense had covered the area within a radius of 10,000 li. The experts who sensed the divine sense were shocked, especially the city lords of the cities. They were terrified. It seemed like the force that had invaded the Clear Moon continent was really strong. Why hasn't Master made a move yet? The city lords of the cities that had yet to be conquered were struggling to hold on, leading their subordinates to fight against the invading enemies. They still had hope since the South Heaven Divine Lord had yet to make a move. However, the news of other cities being conquered shocked and infuriated the city lords. Whoosh! Gu Fei's figure appeared in the sky above Long Tian City. At that moment, the sky and ground of Long Tian City were filled with people. The soldiers of Long Tian City were fighting against the forces of the Outer Ocean led by the third strongest bandit. Although the third strongest bandit was strong, the city lord of Long Tian City was not weak either. The city lord of Long Tian City was a flood dragon, a golden flood dragon that was extremely powerful. Boom! The golden flood dragon that had transformed into a middle-aged man held a long golden rod in his hand. With a sweep, he sent the third strongest bandit flying a few thousand zhang away. The powerful force caused the third strongest bandit to feel sore all over. He felt like his body was about to fall apart. A stream of blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. Kill. The golden flood dragon let out an enraged roar. As long as it went forward, it would kill the third strongest bandit on the spot. However, at that moment, a blue figure dashed over from the side and forced the golden flood dragon back. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the cyan figure. It was a cyan flood dragon that had transformed into its original form. Its body was like a mountain range that lay horizontally in the sky, and its entire body was surrounded by a baleful aura. It's you. When the golden flood dragon Shan King saw that azure flood dragon, he could not help getting a shock. Take your life. The green serpent pounced towards the golden serpent in the air. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of green divine fire towards the golden serpent Shan King. The green Jiao dragon and the golden Jiao dragon, Shan King, seemed to have a great grudge against each other. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Needless to say, the golden Jiao dragon waved the golden cudgel in his hand, broke through the burning divine fire, and fought with the green Jiao dragon. 1,000 years of enmity has been resolved. Kill. In the end, the golden serpent Shan King also transformed into his original form. A golden serpent dragon that gave off a monstrous demonic aura appeared in the world, causing the entire world to tremble. Boom! The two Jiao dragons were both incomparably strong. They clashed continuously, creating loud sounds that caused the world to tremble. A powerful force spread out, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the void. Everyone was stunned by the battle between the two Jiao dragons in the sky. All of them retreated far away, not daring to get close. One must know that a battle of this level was not something that ordinary people could interfere in. Even the third bandit had retreated far into the sky. When Gufei saw this scene, he did not act immediately. Instead, he retreated to the side to watch the battle. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky. The green Jiao dragon and the golden Jiao dragon were entangled. Their gigantic bodies were as tough as divine metal. When they clashed, it was as though divine metal was clashing. So strong. Everyone stopped and looked at the two Jiao dragons fighting in the sky. In the end, the two Jiao dragons spat out the Jiao dragon pearl in their bodies. The two Jiao dragons were fighting with their lives, wanting to kill each other on the spot without holding back. Bam! The golden Jiao dragon swung its tail and sent the green Jiao dragon flying 1,000 zhang away. The parts of the green Jiao dragon's body that were hit fell off, leaving a bloody mess. At this point in time, the golden Jiao dragon finally gained the upper hand. This isn't good. The third bandit's heart skipped a beat seeing this. The green Jiao dragon was the strongest existence on their side. If even it could not defeat the golden Jiao dragon, it would be a fool's dream to take down Dragon Sky Divine City. However, when the third bandit saw Gu Fei, he knew that the outcome of Dragon Sky Divine City was already decided. At this moment, the green Jiao dragon was at a disadvantage. After all, the golden Jiao dragon had followed the divine South Heaven for countless years and received the latter's guidance. Its cultivation was above the green Jiao dragon. Swoosh! With a flash of golden light, the golden Jiao dragon's body disappeared. It turned back into its human form and swung the golden cudgel at the green Jiao dragon's head. Buzz! The golden cudgel buzzed. 9 golden Dao runes appeared on its surface, triggering the power of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Even the space below the golden cudgel was trembling. Damn it! The green Jiao dragon let out a furious roar. Its body also emitted a brilliant green light. A figure vaguely appeared in the green light. The green Jiao dragon had also turned into its human form. It held a spear in its hand and blocked the attack. Clang! The golden cudgel and the spear collided, producing a sound that almost pierced through one's eardrums. The green Jiao dragon was smashed down from the sky by the golden Jiao dragon's cudgel. Boom! The ground trembled and dust rose into the air. A huge crater was formed on the hard ground. The green Jiao dragon then rushed into the sky with the spear in its hand. It wiped the trace of blood from the corner of its mouth and charged at the golden Jiao dragon ferociously. Swoosh! The green Jiao dragon raised the spear in its hand. The tip of the spear instantly turned into a cold star, stabbing at the golden Jiao Dragon's forehead at an extremely fast speed. The golden Jiao Dragon raised its head and dodged the attack. The golden cudgel in its hand collided with the green Jiao Dragon. Bang! The head of the golden cudgel directly hit the chest of the green Jiao Dragon. At that moment, it felt as if its internal organs were about to shift positions. It was so painful that it broke out in cold sweat. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. The green Jiao Dragon's defeat was only a matter of time. Boom! The green Jiao Dragon was once again sent flying. This time, the moment the green Jiao Dragon was sent flying, a figure flashed and stood in front of the middle-aged man that the golden Jiao Dragon had transformed into. Who are you? The golden Jiao Dragon couldn't believe that this person could actually get close to it in an instant. Gu Fei didn't speak. Instead, he glanced at the golden Jiao Dragon and stretched out his right hand, pressing forward. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The golden Jiao Dragon felt as if an invisible hammer had smashed into its chest. Its entire body was sent flying by a huge force. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and grabbed the air. The golden Jiao Dragon that was sent flying immediately flew back towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei grabbed it by the throat and lifted it up. It had to be said that the difference between the golden Jiao Dragon and Gu Fei was really huge. The two were on completely different levels. Gu Fei easily captured the golden Jiao Dragon. Swoosh! Without hesitation, a ball of divine light appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then, that ball of divine light rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and instantly entered the golden Jiao Dragon's forehead. The golden Jiao Dragon was truly shocked. The other party could actually use a great technique and read its memories. Its own consciousness began to blur. In the end, the golden Jiao Dragon's consciousness completely fell into darkness. Seeing that Gu Fei had made a move, the third bandit and the green Jiao Dragon didn't dare to come forward. One had to know that Gu Fei was their master. The golden Jiao Dragon's soul memory was read by Gu Fei using the godly seizing secret technique. The golden Jiao Dragon's life was like a horse lantern, constantly surging in Gu Fei's mind. I see. After reading the golden Jiao Dragon's memory, Gu Fei finally had a certain understanding of the Nantian Divine Palace. The Nantian Divine Palace was extraordinary. Its outer perimeter was surrounded by a peerless killing formation. If one wanted to attack, one would first have to break the formation. Gu Fei wasn't a formation master, so he couldn't break the formation in a short period of time. Unfortunately, there was no information on how to break the formation in the golden Jiao Dragon's memory. The powerful golden Jiao Dragon had fallen. With Gu Fei personally taking action, he could even pinch a golden dragon to death, let alone an old Jiao Dragon. Gu Fei wasn't discouraged. He threw the golden Jiao Dragon's flesh into his inner world and disappeared from the battlefield. When he reappeared, he had already crossed the boundless rift and arrived outside the sky connecting Divine City. Meanwhile, the situation of the sky connecting Divine City was different from the other 5 ancient cities that had fallen. There was an expert in the sky connecting Divine City who was able to defeat the forces of the Outer Endless Sea. Even the bandit who led the forces of the Outer Endless Sea was almost killed by the existence in the city. The bandit who led the forces of the Outer Endless Sea here was the 7th bandit. The 7th bandit. The 7th bandit was severely injured and had no choice but to retreat. Meanwhile, the sky connecting Divine City was heavily guarded. Groups of soldiers could be seen patrolling in the sky from time to time. Gu Fei could sense that there was an obscure yet powerful aura in sky-piercing city. It should be that person who had forced him to retreat. Humph. Gu Fei took a step forward. He instantly tore through the rift and entered the sky connecting Divine City, arriving above the city lord's mansion. A fellow cultivator is here to visit. As soon as Gu Fei appeared above the city lord's mansion, the person inside had already noticed his arrival. Could it be a sacred? Gu Fei was shocked. The person who was able to sense his arrival was definitely not simple. As Gu Fei was busy thinking, a figure had already walked out from the city lord's mansion. He rose into the air and arrived before Gu Fei. Sacred. The Tongtian Shan King's expression changed when he saw Gu Fei. Tell me everything about the South Heaven Divine Palace. Gu Fei looked at the Tongtian Shen King and said, "You're the one who started this." The Tongtian Shen King asked about Gu Fei. "Why am I wasting my time talking to you?" Chapter 2364. The Tongtian Shen King was the leader of the 10 disciples of the South Heaven Hierarch. His cultivation base was exceedingly high, thus he was given the title of Tongtian Shen King by the South Heaven Hierarch and was assigned to guard the Tongtian God City. The Tongtian God City was naturally the largest among the 10 God cities. It also had the highest population. Of course, there were many experts in the city too. Otherwise, the Tongtian Shen King wouldn't have been able to defeat the forces of the Outer Endless Sea led by the 7th bandit. Gu Fei was well aware of the capabilities of the 12 bandit subordinates. The 7th bandit's cultivation base was quite impressive. Even a quasi-sage would have a hard time defeating him. When Gu Fei saw the Tongtian Shen King, he knew that the 7th bandit's defeat was not unjustified. This was a Shen King in the quasi-sage perfection realm. The Tongtian Shen King was very strong. If he wasn't in the human world, he would have long become a sage. Similar to the mulberry tree emperor, he was born at the wrong time. Thus it was difficult for him to become a sage under such circumstances. However, the Tongtian Shen King was like an ant in the eyes of Gu Fei. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the Tongtian Shen King. Gu Fei's hand instantly enveloped the space in front of him, sealing off all of the Tongtian Shen King's escape routes, making it difficult for him to escape. The Skirich Divine Emperor was extremely shocked. The other party was too strong. Moreover, he was ridiculously powerful. He actually felt that he was powerless to contend against Yi Shiwen. Boom! A shocking aura burst out from the Tongtian Shen King's body. 9 halos burst out from his body and shot toward the hand of Gu Fei. However, a scene that left the Tongtian Shen King dumbfounded happened. The 9 powerful halos were shattered by the opponent's hand. Gu Fei's big hand directly grabbed Tongtian Shen King. His 5 fingers tightened, and the sound of bones breaking immediately came from Tongtian Shen King's body. "Who are you? Do we have a grudge?" Tongtian Shen King felt as if all the bones in his body had been crushed by the other party. His whole body was in excruciating pain. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. "You don't have a grudge against me, but I do have a grudge against Supremacy South Heaven," Gu Fei said indifferently. "In that case, you could have gone to find my master. Why did you attack me?" Tongtian Shen King did not want to die. He quickly endured the pain of his broken bones and said to Gu Fei, even though he was the first disciple of Supremacy South Heaven, he could not care less at the moment of life and death. Was there anything in this world more important than one's own life? "Humph, you're saying that I'm bullying the weak," Gu Fei said. This Tongtian Shen King had the potential to become a formidable person, but unfortunately, he had stumbled into Gu Fei. It was unlikely that he would be able to become a formidable person. Isn't that so? Tongtian Shen King knew that his life was in the hands of the other party. He had no choice but to brace himself and deal with this ridiculously powerful person. "You're talking so much just to ask me to spare your life," Gu Fei said with a smile. This guy was quite interesting. "Then can you spare my life?" Tongtian Shen King said with a trembling voice. "I can spare your life, but you have to relax and don't resist. I'll let you go after I've read the memories of your soul. Of course, you have to cooperate first." As Gu Fei spoke, he directly sealed the divine path cultivation base of the Skirich Divine Emperor and put him down. Soul Search. Tongtian Shen King couldn't help but turn pale with fright. This soul search art was extremely tyrannical, forcefully reading the memories of others. If one wasn't careful, even if they didn't die, they would still become an idiot. If you're not willing, then there's no other way. Gu Fei looked at Tongtian Shen King and narrowed his eyes. "Don't. I'm willing, Tongtian Shen King quickly said. At this time, he had no other choice. In front of him, one was a dead end and the other. Although there was a glimmer of hope, it was also a dead end. However, who would be willing to choose a dead end if there was a chance of survival? "That's good," Gu Fei nodded. Then, he executed the godly seizing secret art and read the memories of Tongtian Shen King's soul. Tongtian Shun King was sensible enough to not have any thoughts of resisting. That being said, Tongtian Shun King had no idea that Gu Fei's godly seizing secret art was different from the ordinary soul search art. Even if he tried to resist, he would not die, nor would he become an idiot. The formation protecting the Nantian Divine Palace is a formation that can seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. This is unbelievable. Soon, Gu Fei found what he was looking for in Tongtian Shan King's soul, something about the formation outside the Nantian Divine Palace. If only He Tian was here, Gu Fei murmured. He Tian would surely be overjoyed if he were to see the formation that could seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, He Tian was nowhere to be found. You better keep your promise. Gu Fei soon came to a stop. The other things in Tongtian Shan King's soul were no longer useful to him. Piss off. Gu Fei removed the seal on Tongtian Shan King's body and said to Tongtian Shan King with a wave of his hand, "Thank you." Tongtian Shan King brought his fists together at Gu Fei before he rose into the sky and left the sky-connecting divine city. He soon disappeared into the night. By this time, the seventh bandit had already received news of Gu Fei's arrival. He regrouped his forces and led his forces towards sky-piercing divine city in a grandiose manner. This time, the seventh bandit almost didn't suffer any counterattacks and took over the sky-connecting divine city. The experts in the sky-connecting divine city had witnessed the scene where Gu Fei defeated Tongtian Shan King with a single move. No one dared to resist, because if they did, they would be the ones to die. The largest divine city among the Clear Moon region's 10 great divine cities was captured. This greatly boosted the morale of the outer sea forces led by Gu Fei. Overthrowing the rule of the South Heaven Divine Venerate was not an impossible task. All the factions of the outer endless sea that followed Gu Fei saw hope. While the seventh bandit was taking over the sky-connecting divine city, Gu Fei was pondering how to break the formation that could seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. It wasn't an easy task. Gu Fei learned everything about the formation from Tongtian Shan King's soul. The formation drew the ancestor chi of the earth from the bottom and the power of the 9 heaven stars from the top. Breaking it with brute force would destroy the ancestor veins of the Clear Moon continent. If that happened, the Clear Moon continent would be finished. The continent would fall apart and sink into the endless God-fallen ocean. Countless living beings would die. It wasn't something Gu Fei wanted to see. If the entire continent was destroyed, it would be meaningless even if he took over the continent. Meanwhile, the other battles in the Clear Moon continent gradually came to an end. The 10 divine cities had fallen one after another in a single night. It was something that had never happened before. In the morning, apart from the South Heaven Godly Palace, every other place in the Clear Moon continent had been conquered by Gu Fei's forces. No one could believe that they had actually succeeded. Once the South Heaven Godly Palace was taken over, the entire Clear Moon continent would change. What is South Heaven supremacy doing? Gu Fei was surprised. He had already conquered the 10 divine cities, but South Heaven's supremacy was still nowhere to be seen. It had exceeded his expectations. By noon, the battles in the Clear Moon continent had come to a stop. Everyone had lost the will to resist. The force that had suddenly invaded from the outer ocean was too powerful. However, many people clearly knew that as long as South Heaven's supremacy was not defeated by these people, the Clear Moon continent would not change. Some of the factions in the Clear Moon continent were still observing the situation. Among the 10 disciples of South Heaven's supremacy, apart from Tongtian Shan King whom Gu Fei had let go, the other 9 disciples had all died in battle. It was a great blow to the South Heaven supremacy's faction. Rumble. In the evening, the door of a stone chamber deep inside the South Heaven Divine Palace suddenly moved, before it slowly opened. A figure walked out from the chamber. The moment the figure came out, Gu Fei in the Tongtian city suddenly sensed something and glanced in the direction of the South Heaven Divine Palace. Finally not being a coward anymore. In the City Lord's mansion of the Tongtian city, Gu Fei rose from his seat. South Heaven's supremacy had come out from seclusion. He had recovered to his peak condition. As soon as he came out, he immediately went to the secret chamber where the life badges were kept. He was dumbfounded the moment he entered the secret chamber. This On the table where the life badges were kept, only a single life badge remained intact. The rest of the badges had all shattered into pieces, which almost drove South Heaven's supremacy crazy. 9 of the top 10 disciples are dead. Supremacy South Heaven could not accept it. Even the life badge of his old servant had shattered into pieces. Needless to say, the person who had come to attack them was unbelievably powerful. One had to know that his old servant was a true saint. Who is it? Who is it? Supremacy South Heaven let out a hysterical roar. Almost all his most loyal subordinates were dead. He had spent a lot of time and effort to nurture them. In order to rule the entire Clear Moon continent, South Heaven's supremacy had to nurture his own subordinates. The entire South Heaven Divine Palace was empty. South Heaven's supremacy rushed out from the palace and arrived above the palace. He stood in the air and unleashed his divine sense. It's him. When South Heaven's supremacy sensed a familiar aura, his expression instantly turned unpleasant. You've gone too far. Chapter 2365. Cultivator South Heaven. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. When Gu Fei appeared outside the South Heaven Divine Palace's formation, he happened to block the path of the South Heaven Divine Palace. Gu Fei, you've gone too far. The eyes of the South Heaven Divine Palace reddened when he saw Gu Fei. He finally knew why his faction had suffered such a crushing defeat. It was all because of this guy. Cultivator South Heaven, the winner takes all. How can you say that I've bullied you? Gu Fei said to the South Heaven Divine Palace with a smile. What are you trying to do? Supremacy South Heaven clenched his teeth in anger, but he clearly knew that the guy must have some ulterior motive to start the chaos since he had already made his move. What I'm trying to do is actually very simple, Gu Fei said calmly. Speak. The South Heaven Supremacy's voice was extremely cold. Apart from the South Heaven Divine Palace and the rift within a few 10,000 li around it, there was nothing else he could do. That being said, the South Heaven Divine Palace still had a backup plan. It was his biggest secret, which he would only use when his life was on the line. Well, what I'm trying to do now is to ask you to surrender to me, so that I can place a forbidding aura on your body and make you obey my orders. Isn't it simple? Gu Fei said calmly. You. The South Heaven Divine Palace was infuriated. He was an ultimate god, a martial highness of the divine path. Even in the primordial era, he was an overlord. He never thought he would become someone's prisoner one day. If you're not willing, there's nothing I can do. I'll have to beat you until you're willing. Gu Fei said helplessly. So this is your goal, to make me surrender. The South Heaven Divine Palace burst out laughing. It was impossible for him to surrender. Even if he were to die, he would not surrender to anyone. After all, Ultimate God had his own pride. That's my goal. Gu Fei nodded and said, Do you think you're a supremacy? The South Heaven Supremacy stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, I'm not a supreme being, but there will come a day when I become one. Submitting to me is actually a good deal for you. Gu Fei said seriously, Damn it, I'll kill you. Supremacy South Heaven finally ran out of patience. He charged out from the formation and spat out a stream of heavenly river at Gu Fei. Within the dazzling divine light, there were many huge stars faintly discernible, evolving into a starry sky. The power of the stars was vast and mighty between heaven and earth, incomparably terrifying. I'm afraid you won't come out. Gu Fei bellowed and directly punched forward. On his fist, a stream of chaotic essence rushed out. It was like the creation of the world, reenacting the chaos of the universe. The starry river rushing towards him was immediately swallowed by the chaotic chi. What? The South Heaven Divine Lord was shocked seeing this. His opponent's cultivation was a lot stronger and more terrifying than he had imagined. Buzz. The rift shuddered. As the South Heaven Divine Lord was immersed in his astonishment, Gu Fei made his move once again. A giant hand of chaos instantly loomed over the place, cutting off all his escape routes and sealing off the rift with a powerful force of chaos. Roar. Ultimate God South Heaven uttered a furious roar. A powerful force of the God realm burst out from his body. The tremendous force shook the heavens and the earth, shattering the rift in an instant. He He shattered the rift and rushed out from Gu Fei's chaotic hand in a miserable manner. This guy is too strong. The South Heaven Divine Lord was enraged. He did not hesitate any further and immediately tried to return to the formation. However, Gu Fei would not let him return to the formation so easily. He instantly appeared in front of the South Heaven Divine Lord with his 8 steps rapid speed and intercepted him. It took me a lot of effort to infuriate you and lure you into attacking me. It won't be that easy to escape. Gu Fei smiled when he saw the slightly panicking South Heaven Divine Lord. Do you really think you can kill me? Stop dreaming. The South Heaven Divine Lord said fiercely. He stared at Gu Fei with his body trembling. He had the urge to pounce forward and tear this detestable guy apart. Haha, do you really think you're stronger than Heaven Monarch Ziyang? He's already my prisoner. Gu Fei burst out laughing. What, you? The South Heaven Divine Lord's expression changed tremendously. He was well aware of Heaven Monarch Ziyang's cultivation. He believed that he was on par with Heaven Monarch Ziyang. If he were to really fight Heaven Monarch Ziyang, even the South Heaven Divine Lord was not confident that he could defeat Heaven Monarch Ziyang, as Heaven Monarch Ziyang had another identity that he was worried about. I don't want to kill you. You should know that it's not easy to cultivate the Martial Highness Realm Dao fruit. Gu Fei said calmly. You want me to surrender? That's absolutely impossible. The South Heaven Divine Lord's murderous intent was boundless. 9 divine rings emerged from his body. They were the divine power formed by 9 divine runes. Each divine ring represented a divine rune of the Great Tao. It seemed to be from the same source as the divine art performed by the Tongtian Shun King. Don't blame me then. Gu Fei's expression turned cold. A shocking battle intent surged from his body. His long hair fluttered despite the absence of wind as he slowly approached the South Heaven Divine Lord. Whoosh! At that moment, the South Heaven Divine Lord let out a furious roar. The 9 divine rings around him emitted a blinding divine light, which turned into 9 divine swords that slashed at Gu Fei. These were divine swords formed by the divine runes of the Great Tao. Each of the swords had spots of starlight on them, as if they contained a starry sky. Too weak, Gu Fei went up directly. His hands were filled with the aura of chaos. He slapped at the Starry Way swords that were slashing down. The 9 Starry Way swords shattered under the attack of his chaotic hands. They turned into specks of starlight and dissipated in the void. The South Heaven Divine Lord was dumbfounded. His opponent's physical strength was too powerful. It was nature-defying. He could easily shatter the starlight swords formed by his divine runes of the Great Tao. Unless he undid the seal on his body and recovered the supreme cultivation of an ultimate god, he would definitely not be a match for Gu Fei. This guy didn't lie to me. Only then did the South Heaven Divine Lord realize that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang might not be a match for Gu Fei. The martial body of a sage king was extremely powerful. This was the terror of a martial artist. Even without using the cultivation of a sage king, the power of a sage king martial body alone was enough to fight against an honorable. At this moment, Gu Fei had already shattered the 9 starlight swords. He was in front of the South Heaven Divine Lord. His hands turned into claws and grabbed at the top of the South Heaven Divine Lord's head and throat. As long as he was grabbed by Gu Fei's hands, the South Heaven Divine Lord's head would be removed. Swoosh! The South Heaven Divine Lord moved his feet. Divine runes appeared under his feet. He instantly retreated and was forced back by Gu Fei. He had no choice but to retreat. The void around him was shrouded by the power from Gu Fei's claws. He had no choice but to retreat. As a result, the distance between him and the great formation of creation was even further. Gu Fei followed him like a shadow. He seemed to have transformed into a golden rock. He flew forward and slashed at the South Heaven Divine Lord with his claws. The void was torn apart by his claws. 18 transformations of the divine path. The South Heaven Divine Lord uttered a furious roar. His figure suddenly turned blurry while he was retreating. Following this, 18 figures of the South Heaven Divine Lord appeared out of thin air around him. A formidable god force was unleashed. The 18 figures of the South Heaven Divine Lord were emitting the same god force, which took Gu Fei by surprise. Kill. Gu Fei's hands shuddered. They turned into 18 sharp claws that grabbed at the 18 South Heaven Divine Lords. The 17 figures of the South Heaven Divine Lord dissipated under Gu Fei's claws, while the 18th figure collided with Gu Fei's attack and was sent flying once again. This time, the South Heaven Divine Lord managed to retreat from the range of Gu Fei's attack, allowing him to catch his breath. Otherwise, he would have been in a passive position until Gu Fei killed him. Such a remarkable ability. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. The South Heaven Divine Lord was definitely not a weakling. Someone who was on par with the heavenly monarch Ziyang and the unaging demon child must have some extraordinary abilities. The God Dao ability was similar to the Three Pure One's secret art that the Supreme Dao ancestor had invented. It was difficult to distinguish the 18 figures from the Three Pure Ones. That being said, the God art was not as powerful as the Three Pure One's secret art. The three clones formed by the Three Pure One's secret art were Dao clones that possessed actual combat strength, not illusionary figures. I didn't expect you to be this strong. The South Heaven Divine Lord stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. I told you. I'll become a 9 heavenly monarch one day, Gu Fei said confidently with a firm look in his eyes. However, you won't be able to catch me. The South Heaven Divine Lord suddenly burst out laughing. Crap. Gu Fei was taken by surprise. He tried to summon the mountain and river cauldron to stabilize the rift, but the god body of the South Heaven's supremacy god suddenly exploded. Bang! Following a loud explosion, a destructive force surged forward, causing the space within 1,000 li to collapse. A giant hole appeared between the heavens and earth, filled with chaotic qi. The destructive force dragged Gu Fei into the chaotic void. A boundless god glow burst out and instantly disappeared into the void. It was the avatar of the South Heaven Divine Lord. Preposterous! Gu Fei attacked with all his might. He tore open the chaotic void and intercepted the avatars that the South Heaven Divine Lord had unleashed when he self-destructed his body. However, a portion of the avatars managed to escape. More than 10 avatars charged into the Great Creation formation and took human forms, which then combined into an illusionary figure. Gu Fei, I, the South Heaven Divine Lord, will fight you to the death. The figure formed by the avatars emitted an intense divine sense. Following it, the figure charged into the South Heaven Divine Palace that was shrouded by the Great Creation formation. This guy. Chapter 2366. The destructive force unleashed by the South Heaven Divine God's self-destruction destroyed the rift within 1,000 li, leaving a giant chaotic hole between the heavens and earth. Countless god runes collapsed, destroying everything in their path. Even Gu Fei was affected by the impact, forcing him to activate the force of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. The entire world was shaking. Huge spatial cracks the size of mountain ridges spread out in all directions. The ground was sinking, and hideous cracks appeared on the ground. These cracks were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. What's going on? Everyone was startled and dumbfounded. Their minds went blank as they stared at the collapsing rift. Some living beings that were too close to it weren't able to dodge in time, and they were directly pulled into the chaotic hole of annihilation by a great force. Their bodies were forcefully minced into balls of bloody mist, and even their souls were unable to escape. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. It was definitely the most thorough way to die for a cultivator. Gu Fei, I'll fight you to the death. The South Heaven Divine God's divine sense spread across the clear moon continent, causing every living being to tremble in fear. It was the divine sense of a martial highness, as if a supreme ruler was looking down at them. Humph, come out and fight me if you have the guts. Don't be a coward. Gu Fei's voice rang out, spreading across a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Countless living beings heard Gu Fei's incomparably confident words. Very well, just you wait. The South Heaven Divine God's divine sense came from the South Heaven Divine Palace inside the great formation of creation. He had returned to the stone chamber where he had been cultivating in seclusion. He clearly knew that he was no match against Gu Fei. The only way to defeat Gu Fei was to use the great formation of creation. The great formation of creation drew the progenitor qi of the earth below and the force of the stars above, seizing the fortune of the heavens and earth. As long as he could absorb the fortune into his body, he would become the supreme ruler of the formation. However, the prerequisite was that the South Heaven divine being had to reconstruct his flesh first. Otherwise, it would be difficult to separate his divine soul that had merged with the formation. The Southern Heaven ultimate God did not want to become the formation spirit of a huge formation. If he did that, it would be equivalent to him abandoning his Tao foundation and stopping at the ultimate God realm for the rest of his life. It would be difficult for him to become an ultimate God. Rumble. Inside the chamber, countless God runes lit up under the control of the remnant soul of the supremacy South Heaven. Countless God runes appeared in the rift. A powerful force was gathering. Runes intertwined with one another in the rift below the South Heaven supremacy, forming a God pattern. As the godly pattern was activated, the ancestral chi of the earth was continuously directed toward it. It was refined by the godly pattern into the purest form of energy, which was absorbed by the soul remnant of the divine South Heaven. Meanwhile, a God pattern appeared in the rift above the remnant of the supreme God South Heaven soul. The light pillar connecting the heavens and the earth began to emit specks of starlight, as if stars were being summoned from the heavens. An extremely powerful force of the stars rapidly gathered. Buzz. The rift shuddered as a boundless starry sky appeared above the soul remnant of the divine South Heaven. Primordial Tao runes vaguely appeared in the starlight. It was the creation of the heavens. The starlight sprinkled down and transformed into the most primordial Tao runes, which contained the mysteries of the heavens and earth. Below the soul remnant, the ancestral chi of the earth meridian gathered on the God pattern. Primordial Tao runes appeared too, which represented the mysteries of the earth. The primordial Tao runes contained part of the Tao laws of the heavens and earth. The force of the ancestral earth meridian and the force of the heavenly stars intertwined with one another above the soul remnant. As the two forces of creation intertwined, the soul remnant of the heavens and earth soon reassembled and reconstructed his flesh. Gu Fei, Divine Highness South Heaven murmured. He had the urge to tear Gu Fei into pieces, but he knew that he would not be able to do it for the time being. At the very least, he would need to absorb the energy of the formation and take control of it. The formation had taken a lot of effort from the Southern Heaven supremacy. It had only taken shape in the past 100 years. It was able to utilize the force of creation for its own use. Just you wait. The Southern Heaven supremacy executed a technique. His body was covered in godly runes. The primordial Tao runes appeared on the two God patterns and intertwined with the runes on his body. Rumble. The chamber began to tremble as a powerful ripple spread out from it. Following it, the entire Southern Heaven Supremacy Palace began to tremble too. Buzz. The rift shuddered as the space encapsulated by the formation continued to be filled with godly runes. The initially transparent barrier gradually emitted a brilliant glow. Outside the formation, Gu Fei was startled when he sensed the ripple coming from the formation, as if a peerless heavenly beast that had been in a deep slumber had been awakened. Impressive. Is he trying to steal the fortune of the heavens and earth? At that instant, Gu Fei saw wisps of Tao laws of creation emerging from the giant light pillar connecting the South Heaven Divine Palace. The Southern Heaven supremacy was controlling the force of the heavens and earth. The living beings in the outer endless ocean were astounded seeing this, especially those with powerful cultivations. They were feeling uneasy, as they could sense that something bad was about to happen. Master, this. Meanwhile, the Iron Blood Taoist had arrived behind Gu Fei with the 12 bandits. He stared at the sight before him in utter astonishment. It seems like the Southern Heaven supremacy is putting his life on the line. Gu Fei wore a stern look as he stared at the Tao laws of creation emerging from the light pillar connecting the heavens and earth. The Southern Heaven supremacy was planning to use the force of creation against him. However, even if it was the force of creation, Gu Fei was not afraid at all. He immediately made his move and ordered everyone to retreat 100,000 li. Master, what are you doing? Red Dragon and Yao Yu had never seen Gu Fei being so serious. It seemed like the opponent this time was no ordinary opponent. Otherwise, their master would not be so cautious. The army of the outer, endless ocean began to retreat like a tide. As they were retreating, Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and broke through the ground, entering a large earth vein. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron pressed down and suppressed the earth vein in an instant. The spiritual qi contained in the earth vein could no longer gather towards the formation of creation. Humph! You have the formation of creation, while I have the extreme Tao sacred weapon. I would like to see if your formation of creation is stronger or my extreme Tao sacred weapon. Gu Fei had no choice but to use the mountain and river cauldron. His opponent's formation of creation was indeed terrifying, as it was able to control the force of the heavens and earth. The southern heaven supremacy was basically the ruler of the heavens and earth. Chapter 2367. The power of creation could be said to be the most powerful force in the world. Of course, the power of creation was useless against saints because saints had long broken through the shackles of the world and transcended the world. Even the power of creation could not do anything to a sage. However, the power of heaven's wrath still existed in the human realm. The saints didn't dare to remove the seal on their bodies and restore their cultivation to the saint realm. Therefore, those who weren't saints were just ants in front of the heaven and earth. The South Heaven Supremacy had a grand plan. He wanted to be undefeatable in the human realm. Thus, he had spent a great deal of effort and sweat to set up the formation that could utilize the power of creation. The power of creation was the power of creation between heaven and earth, and it was also the power of destruction between heaven and earth. If this power was used on the right path, it would naturally be able to create all things and become a ruler. However, if someone mastered this invincible power, they could also kill any living being below the level of a saint. Gu Fei, your time has come. In the stone chamber deep within the South Heaven, a divine palace, countless divine runes circled around Hierarch South Heaven's body. He had successfully attracted the will of heaven and earth. This was the most primitive power of the Tao Law. However, it was not easy to merge with the heavens and earth. The South Heaven Divine Highness had to transform into the heavens and earth to suppress the living beings in the heavens and earth. The earth trembled. Even though the Outer Seas army had retreated 100,000 miles away, they could still sense the trembling energy spreading out from the South Heaven Divine Palace. In other words, if it weren't for Gu Fei, Hierarch South Heaven would have been undefeatable in the human world. However, the cruel reality was that Hierarch South Heaven had encountered Gu Fei. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on top of the cauldron of mountains and rivers in the depths of the earth. He drew upon the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to gather the ancestral qi of the earth and weaken the power of the great formation of creation. Rumble. The earth trembled and a shocking amount of qi was emitted from the cauldron of mountain and river. Then, an extremely powerful heaven-devouring force was born from the ancient cauldron. The essence energy from the ancestral veins deep underground began to crazily gather towards the mountain-river cauldron and was devoured by it. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the cauldron's soul showed signs of awakening. What happened? Meanwhile, the mountain-river cauldron had stopped the earth ancestor qi and was competing with the formation for the earth ancestor qi. The South Heaven Supremacy in the stone chamber of the South Heaven Divine Palace was shocked when he sensed it. It's Gu Fei's doing. Divine Highness South Heaven immediately came to a realization. There was no way his opponent would just sit there and wait for his death. While he was increasing his strength, his opponent was preparing for his ultimate move. He was very clear that the Good Fortune Grand Array was already linked together with the entire vast moon region's earth veins. If the Good Fortune Grand Array was broken, then the entire vast moon region might be destroyed. Gu Fei was also setting up a matrix, frantically gathering the ancestral qi of earth. He wanted to awaken the cauldron soul that was slumbering in the cauldron of mountain and river. As long as the cauldron soul was awakened, he would be able to completely suppress this part of the world. Even so, the energy waves emitted by the mountain and river cauldron had already stabilized the ground. The essence qi of the earth gradually calmed down, no longer being guided by some kind of power. Preposterous, the South Heaven's supremacy was startled as he sensed the power of creation gradually weakening. Someone was competing with him for the power of creation. transforming into the universe, dominating the heavens and earth. Divine Highness South Heaven uttered a furious roar. His figure suddenly turned blurry, following which, the power of the Tao laws brought by the brilliance of the stars in the sky merged with him. Meanwhile, the power of creation of the earth merged with Divine Highness South Heaven. At that moment, Divine Highness South Heaven was truly carrying out the punishment on behalf of the heavens. His body had turned into the Tao laws, dominating the heavens and earth. Although the Tao laws were incomplete due to Gu Fei's interference, he still succeeded and became the dominator of the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, Divine Highness South Heaven's divine body turned blurry, as if he had lost his flesh and blood. Whoosh! With a single thought, Divine Highness South Heaven's blurry figure disappeared from the stone chamber. When he reappeared, he was deep inside the ground, right in front of the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei die. Divine Highness South Heaven reached out his hand, unleashing a bolt of tribulation lightning from his hand, striking at Gu Fei. It was purple lightning, the famous purple heaven godly thunder. You're the one who's going to die. Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He sat on the mountain and river cauldron and lashed out with the sky-shrouding palm. A giant chaotic hand slapped forward, causing the rift to tremble. Countless purple heaven godly thunder exploded under the chaotic hand. Without any suspense, Divine Highness South Heaven was forced to retreat. How is this possible? Divine Highness South Heaven was utterly shocked. He had already used the power of creation, but his opponent's battle skill was able to ignore it. Even the power of creation could not suppress his opponent's power. Boom! The power of creation exploded. Divine Highness South Heaven's blurry figure turned into a giant vortex, which attempted to devour Gu Fei. The powerful devouring force devoured the rift in front of the vortex. However, to Divine Highness South Heaven's astonishment, even the black hole of creation was unable to move the man and the cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron did not budge at all. No matter how hard the black hole tried to destroy it, it could not devour the supreme sacred weapon. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shuddered once again, before a powerful ripple burst out from the cauldron. The black hole of creation immediately collapsed. Supreme sacred weapon, mountain and river cauldron. Divine Highness South Heaven was utterly astonished. Humph! Even if you've obtained all the fortunate encounters, you're still no match against me. Gu Fei sat on the mountain and river cauldron and said in a disdainful tone. Whoosh! Divine Highness South Heaven's blurry figure disappeared once again. He had turned into the universe, dominating the heavens and earth, as if he had merged with the rift. Following this, Divine Highness South Heaven reappeared in the stone chamber deep inside the South Heaven Divine Palace. His speed was so fast that even Gu Fei's 8 steps extreme speed could not match his speed. It's my turn. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain and river cauldron. With a thought, he and the mountain and river cauldron appeared on the ground. Kill. Gu Fei drove the mountain and river cauldron straight toward the great formation of creation. Meanwhile, the cauldron spirit inside the mountain and river cauldron was in a half-awakened state. Thus it was difficult for the cauldron to unleash its true power. Even so, the impact from the mountain and river cauldron was still quite impressive. Bang! Following a loud explosion, countless runes of the formation dissipated. The great formation of creation had actually been smashed by the mountain and river cauldron, leaving a huge hole in it. The great formation of creation was unable to withstand a single attack from the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was a supreme sacred weapon with incredible power. If the mountain and river cauldron was able to fully unleash its power, it would be a piece of cake to destroy the great formation of creation. So what if you've turned into the universe? You're still no match against me. Chapter 2368. Gu Fei used the force of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself as he forced his way into the formation of creation. Countless runes began to dissipate as a giant hole was torn open in the formation that was said to be able to seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. Buzz! The rift shuddered as millions of Tao runes appeared densely and branded every inch of the rift, triggering the force of the heavens and earth. Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Each of the Tao runes emitted a brilliant glow, triggering the force of the great Tao of the heavens and earth to surround the mountain and river cauldron. The force of the heavens and earth surged. The force of the stars and the energy of the earth progenitor vein continuously gathered under the control of the divine South Heaven, as if the heavens and earth were evolving. Gu Fei, who was standing on the mountain and river cauldron, could not help but exclaim upon seeing this. The divine South Heaven's ability was indeed laudifying. The formation of creation made him feel like he was undergoing the tribulation of the sacred realm. Here, on the heavens. The South Heaven Divine Highness guided the energy of creation to strengthen himself. A powerful divine sense was transmitted as a voice echoed in Gu Fei's heart. Is that so? Gu Fei wore a cold grin. If he were to stumble into the sacred realm before he achieved the sacred realm, he would not stand a chance against the divine South Heaven, even if he had a sacred weapon of the supremacy realm. However, things were different now. The martial flesh of the sacred emperor realm was strong enough for Gu Fei to face the power of the heavens and earth directly. That being said, the force of creation was able to harm his martial flesh too. The force of creation was similar to the secret art of Wu, one of the 9 arcane secrets of the immortal path. It was able to destroy the cultivation of a powerful living being and return it to its original form. It was a kind of fortune that could take away the fortune of others. If an ordinary sacred realm cultivator who had sealed himself broke into the formation of the divine South Heaven, he would most likely be forced back to his original form by the force of creation and be refined by the formation, resulting in his soul being destroyed. However, Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron. Even the force of creation could not take away the fortune of the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron trembled, and a wave of extreme Dao Qi emanated from the cauldron. No matter how many Dao patterns surged in from all directions, they were blocked. If it weren't for the protection of the Paragon Saint artifact, you would have long been refined to death by my grand formation. The divine sense of the South Heaven godly tribe appeared once again. He was currently in a special state. His flesh had become faint and illusory as he had merged with the energy of creation. It was not an easy task to activate the force of the heavens and earth. If he was careless, he might even lose his life. As if he was assimilated by the force of the heavens and earth, the South Heaven Divine Highness would become a part of the heavenly Tao. This was the so-called Tao assimilation, where the flesh and soul would turn into a part of the heavenly Tao. Once that happened, the South Heaven supremacy would be done for. The South Heaven supremacy naturally knew how powerful it was. He carefully controlled the power of creation. Watch how I break your fortune formation, Gu Fei said and sat down with his legs crossed. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the mountain and river cauldron. He was going to use his blood to awaken the soul of the mountain and river cauldron. The instant the blood came into contact with the mountain river cauldron, it immediately seeped into the mountain river cauldron and disappeared. Ridiculous. Trying to awaken the soul of the mountain and river cauldron. The South Heaven supremacy was shocked when he sensed what Gu Fei was trying to do. It would be a disaster if Gu Fei successfully awakened the soul of the mountain and river cauldron. Whoosh! The South Heaven supremacy instantly appeared in front of the mountain and river cauldron and attacked Gu Fei, who was sitting on the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! 9 dragons charged out from the South Heaven supremacy's hand, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged at Gu Fei ferociously. A powerful wave of God force burst out from the 9 dragons, shaking the rift between the heavens and earth. You finally can't stand it anymore? I'll play with you then. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain and river cauldron. He took a step forward and dashed out from the void that was enveloped by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He directly threw a punch at the 9 dragons that were pouncing towards him. Powerful chaotic energy erupted from his fist. The 9 dragons were all blown away by Gu Fei's punch. Although he was unable to remove the seal on his body, his martial body of the Sage King level allowed him to fight against a Sage-level existence even without using his Sage King level cultivation. This was the advantage of a martial artist. As long as the martial body was strong enough, he could defeat all opponents. It didn't matter if the opponent was a peerless divine power or a peerless technique. How dare you come out? You're courting death. The figure of the South Heaven hierarch let out a furious roar and charged toward Gu Fei. 9 dragons circled around him as a powerful force of the heavens and earth surged. The force of the heavenly dragon has been summoned. Gu Fei was startled when he sensed the aura of a true dragon being emitted from the 9 dragons. Could the South Heaven's supremacy really be able to use the force of the heavenly Tao? He could sense that the heavenly dragon brand in the heavenly Tao had been activated. It was supposed to be the force of the heavenly Tao, but it was currently under the control of the South Heaven's supremacy. Any living being that defied the natural order would leave a brand on the heavenly Tao as long as they succeeded in overcoming the heavenly tribulation of the heavenly Tao of the heavens and earth. The heavenly dragon brand was a brand left on the heavenly Tao by a true dragon the moment it succeeded in overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Roar. The roar of the dragons shook the sky. The 9 dragons were extremely solid, as if they were real heavenly dragons descending upon the world. They displayed an undefeatable aura as their claws tore through the void and lunged at Gu Fei. I'm not afraid even if it's a real heavenly dragon, let alone the power of a brand. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. Chaotic chi surged from his body as 9 chaotic Tao runes were imprinted on his body. The power of the Saint Ruler martial body burst out as he charged forward and fought the 9 dragons in close combat. Bang! He smashed the head of a dragon with a punch, causing blood to splatter. Although it was not a real heavenly dragon, the scene was extremely realistic. Following that, Gu Fei soared into the sky and displayed the 8 steps 8 kills battle skill. He instantly arrived above another dragon and stomped down. Bang! A destructive force surged down from Gu Fei's right foot. He stomped on the body of the dragon, causing its scales and flesh to scatter in all directions. The mountain-like dragon was crushed into 2. This guy, seeing this scene, the figure of divine sovereign South Heaven couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, he did not come with his real body, but a phantom formed by the power of the great Tao. 2 of the 9 dragons were instantly destroyed by Gu Fei. The remaining 7 dragons couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed either. Gu Fei shattered their bodies one after another and returned to the heavenly Tao. This scene was like a tribulation. Gu Fei had experienced this once, so he naturally knew how to deal with the power of the great Tao. World exterminating wheel of creation. Divine sovereign South Heaven roared furiously. His figure fiercely soared into the sky as countless Tao runes began to gather towards him. His body turned into a wheel and crushed down towards Gu Fei. Rumble. A terrifying world-destroying power descended from the roulette. The void was silently annihilated. Everything was obliterated by this world-destroying power. Nothing was left. Gu Fei's expression turned serious. He raised his head and looked at the wheel that was crushing down from the sky. Using his martial path heavenly eye, he saw countless Tao laws intertwining with each other. This was a world-exterminating wheel formed by the laws of the great Tao. It was also the power of the great Tao. Boom! Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly soared into the sky and punched towards the world-exterminating wheel. However, in the next moment, he couldn't help but be shocked. The violent power that surged out from his right fist was actually devoured by the world-exterminating wheel and transformed into the power of the world-exterminating wheel. Rumble. The power of the world-exterminating wheel soared. The power of destruction became even stronger. A large piece of the void was directly destroyed as 9 Tao runes appeared on the world-exterminating wheel. At the same time, the world-exterminating wheel produced an extremely powerful devouring power that sucked in Gu Fei's fist, making it hard for him to break free. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. Roar. He roared angrily and tried his best to retract his fist. However, just as he exerted force, the power that exploded out from his arm was instantly devoured by the world-exterminating wheel. The world-exterminating wheel came crashing down and devoured Gu Fei's entire body. Gu Fei entered a strange void. There was nothing here. It was pitch black without any light. It was like the endless darkness before the heavens and earth were created. He wanted to rush out, but at this moment, the world-exterminating wheel sealed the exit, trapping him completely in this dark void. Haha, you are still too inexperienced. Hierarch Southern Heaven laughed out loud. His figure appeared once again, and he stretched out his hand. The world-exterminating wheel flew into his hand and disappeared into the void, as though it had never appeared. Gu Fei was sucked into the nirvana void by the world-exterminating wheel, and it was impossible for him to come out. Hierarch Southern Heaven immediately retreated from the state where he was one with creation. The legendary mountain and river cauldron, Hierarch Southern Heaven's real body, came to the front of the mountain and river cauldron. He looked at the ancient cauldron that was floating amidst the billions of Tao runes. He was extremely excited. This was an extreme saint tool that had appeared since the era of legends. The era of legends was an extremely ancient era. Some people said that this era could be traced back to the beginning of the heavens and earth. It was an era where gods and demons coexisted, and all kinds of sentient life forms roamed the world. If he could control this saint tool, even if he couldn't challenge a supreme being, he would be invincible below the supreme being level. Just as Hierarch Southern Heaven was feeling excited, he didn't realize that on the mountain and river cauldron, at the place where Gu Fei's blood essence seeped into, a crimson mark appeared. Chapter 2369. The South Heaven Hierarch executed a great art and summoned the world-exterminating wheel, which devoured Gu Fei into the Great Destruction Void. The Great Destruction Rift was an empty gap between the heavens and earth. It was a foreign space that the South Heaven Divine Highness had unintentionally opened up when he was trying to control the force of creation. It was the first time the South Heaven Hierarch had used such a great art against someone, but he did not expect that he would end up sucking Gu Fei into the Great Destruction Void. One could easily imagine the outcome of Gu Fei being trapped in the Great Destruction Void. Everyone knew that there was nothing in the Great Destruction Void, not even light. There was only endless darkness. It was impossible for the chi of the heavens and earth to exist in the Great Destruction Void. In other words, if a cultivator were to be devoured into the Great Destruction Void, they would no longer be able to obtain chi from the outside world, and would eventually die from exhaustion. Gu Fei is dead for sure. The mountain and river cauldron will soon be mine. The South Heaven Hierarch stopped absorbing the energy of creation. His real body appeared in front of the mountain and river cauldron. Meanwhile, millions of runes intertwined with one another, trapping the mountain and river cauldron in the void. The ancient cauldron floated in the endless runes. Even the force of the great Tao was unable to suppress it. However, the cauldron's spirit had yet to awaken. Otherwise, the South Heaven Hierarch would not have dared to approach the mountain and river cauldron. However, as the South Heaven Hierarch was immersed in joy, a blood mark appeared on the mountain and river cauldron. It was a human-shaped blood mark. As soon as the human-shaped blood seal appeared on the mountain and river cauldron, the space behind Supremacy South Heaven suddenly shattered, as a figure broke through the rift and dashed out from it. What? The South Heaven Hierarch was utterly shocked. Without hesitation, he sprang into the sky to dodge the attack from the person behind him. However, his opponent's attack was too fast. As soon as a layer of divine glow appeared on Hierarch South Heaven's body, his opponent's fist had already landed on his back. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard coming from Supremacy South Heaven's body. The powerful force sent him flying toward the mountain and river cauldron, breaking his spine into pieces. As Hierarch South Heaven flew toward the mountain and river cauldron, the human-shaped blood seal on the mountain and river cauldron transformed into a blood-colored figure that charged out from the mountain and river cauldron. It was a blood-red Gu Fei. One drop of blood, one life. This was one of the characteristics of a Saint King-grade martial body. After cultivating to this level, even if Gu Fei was killed until only a drop of blood remained, he could still rebuild his martial body and restore his peak cultivation. The blood-red Gu Fei was only a phantom, but it emitted powerful life fluctuations. He controlled the mountain and river furnace, and primal chaos energy began to emerge from the mountain and river furnace. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron, which had remained silent for a long time, suddenly buzzed. Following this, a heaven-devouring force burst out from the mountain and river cauldron, wrapping around the godly god South Heaven and devouring him. Rumble. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, the primal chaos energy surged and sealed Hierarch South Heaven. What? Hierarch South Heaven was scared out of his wits. He knew that he was in trouble. After being sealed by the mountain and river cauldron, there was no way he could make a comeback. Humph, luckily I had a backup plan. Otherwise, I would have been tricked by you. The figure that broke through the void said coldly. He was Gu Fei. The blood-red figure rushed over and entered his body. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated again. A vortex appeared at the mouth of the cauldron. The billions of runes floating around the mountain and river cauldron all gathered toward the mountain and river cauldron and were devoured by it. The ancient cauldron was devouring the power of the Great Tao. The power of the Great Tao gathered by the Great Tao formation was extremely powerful. After the mountain and river cauldron refined this power, the ancient ferocious beast on the cauldron became even more lifelike, as if it was about to rush out from the cauldron. The Great Tao formation was no match for the mountain and river cauldron. As the formation crumbled, countless runes flew into the air and were refined by the mountain and river cauldron. The South Heaven Divine Palace, which had not descended from the sky for thousands of years, was on the verge of collapsing. Countless runes appeared on the palace. The pillar of light connecting the sky and the ground began to dissipate. No one had expected this to happen. Hierarch South Heaven had been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. As it turned out, although Gu Fei was knocked into the Great Destruction Rift by the South Heaven Divine Palace, he initially thought that it would be difficult for him to find his way out. However, the blood he spat on the mountain and river cauldron played a crucial role when Gu Fei was in a dilemma. Gu Fei was lost in the Great Destruction Rift because there was nothing there, thus it was difficult for him to find his way back to the human realm. On the other hand, Gu Fei's blood had an inexplicable connection with Gu Fei. The blood allowed him to sense the location of the human realm. The South Heaven Divine Palace had thought of everything, but he did not expect that when Gu Fei tried to awaken the cauldron spirit with his blood, the cauldron spirit was not awakened, allowing Gu Fei to escape from the calamity. This palace is not bad. Gu Fei soared into the sky and set foot on the supreme palace in the hearts of the people of the Clear Moon continent. An hour later, the Great Tao formation finally collapsed. All the runes were devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Even the energy of creation accumulated by the Great Tao formation was completely devoured. Gu Fei sat at the highest point of the South Heaven Divine Palace. When the mountain and river cauldron had devoured all the energy gathered by the Great Tao formation, he reached out his hand and summoned the mountain and river cauldron back to him. It shrunk rapidly and landed on his right hand. This place is inside the mountain and river cauldron. In the void, the South Heaven Divine Palace looked around in a daze. He could only see that there was no sky or earth around him, only a vast expanse of whiteness. As soon as the South Heaven Divine Palace entered the void, a figure sitting somewhere in the void suddenly opened his eyes. He has also been sealed here. The man rose into the air and glanced in the direction of the South Heaven Divine Master. What? At that moment, the South Heaven Divine Palace's expression changed. He also sensed a familiar aura coming from afar. It was the aura of a familiar person. South Heaven, it's really you. A figure appeared in front of the South Heaven Divine Palace and stared at him in disbelief. It's you. The South Heaven Divine Palace was shocked when he saw the person. It was Heavenly Monarch Ziyang of the Purple Sun continent. I didn't expect you to be defeated by that person too, Heavenly Monarch Ziyang said. Does that guy really want to conquer the ocean? It seems like the ageless demon child won't be able to run away either. The South Heaven Divine Palace was able to guess Gu Fei's goal too. The guy was indeed bold, to think that he wanted to conquer the ocean and become the ruler of the divine ocean. The two were in the same boat. They were both sealed in the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. The two studied it carefully, trying to find a way to leave this place. However, they eventually realized that unless Gu Fei let them go, none of them would be able to escape. The mountain and river cauldron was an extreme Tao sacred weapon that had existed since the Age of Legends. It had a mysterious origin and was able to suppress the heavens. Unless the South Heaven Divine Palace and Heavenly Monarch Ziyang could become extreme Tao Supremes, they would have a chance of escaping from the mountain and river cauldron. Meanwhile, outside the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and sent a message to his subordinates. Soon, the Iron Blood Taoist, the 12 bandits, and the others led the army to the South Heaven Divine Palace. The sky was covered in darkness, with figures everywhere. The Iron Blood Taoist only led the 5,000 soldiers of Gu Fei. In this battle, not a single one of Gu Fei's 5,000 soldiers died. Everyone was bathed in blood, as if they had walked through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. On the other hand, the forces of the outer endless sea of the Clear Moon continent that were led by the 12 bandits suffered great casualties. Even the army of the Wood tribe led by the Mulberry Tree Emperor had lost half of their clansmen. Red Dragon, Yao Yu, and the others were injured to varying degrees. Even the Ming clan had lost some people. However, in the end, they still won. Everyone was extremely excited. The Clear Moon continent had really changed. No one dared to imagine that they had overthrown the rule of the South Heaven Divine Palace in the Clear Moon continent for thousands of years. Let's celebrate. Facing the army in front of him, Gu Fei only uttered these words. Following this, the core members of Gu Fei's group entered the South Heaven Divine Palace and followed behind Gu Fei into the mysterious hall. After entering the hall of the South Heaven Divine Palace, Gu Fei walked up to the throne in the middle and sat down. The others took their seats on his left and right. Minglong, pass on my order. Don't let the people of the outer endless sea wreak havoc. Gu Fei suddenly said. Yes, Grandmaster. Minglong immediately rose to his feet and bowed at Gu Fei before leaving the hall. The Clear Moon continent has been conquered. What I've said before definitely counts. Luo Xiao, you'll be in charge of the Clear Moon continent from now on. Gu Fei glanced at the leader of the demonic sky pirates, Luo Xiao. Yes, Master. I'll take good care of the Clear Moon continent and not let Master down. Luo Xiao was overjoyed and immediately stepped forward to accept the order. The leaders of the various tribes from the outer endless sea were extremely envious. Luo Xiao had really picked up a great bargain. A mere leader of the pirates had become the continent lord of the Clear Moon continent. Some people were not convinced, but they did not dare to say anything. Even the South Heaven Divine Palace was not a match for their master, let alone them. Very well, don't be disappointed. Those who participated in the invasion of the Clear Moon continent will be rewarded. I'll grant you the title of king to guard the 10 godly cities for me. Gu Fei said. With that, the entire Clear Moon continent would no longer be under Luo Xiao's control. At the very least, the king who guarded the 10 godly cities would not have to pay any heed to Luo Xiao. Gu Fei needed balance. He didn't need a dictator. He infected the 10 great royal clans, and from then on, the Clear Moon region became a state of fragmentation. Chapter 2370. Gu Fei had conquered the Clear Moon continent. At that moment, 2 of the 3 continents were under his control. Deep inside the South Heaven Divine Palace, in the stone chamber where the South Heaven Divine Venerate was cultivating in seclusion, Gu Fei sat with his legs crossed. He was currently thinking about how to conquer the falling star continent as soon as possible. Gather the strength of the 2 continents and give the unaging demon child a lightning-fast strike. Upon having this thought, Gu Fei came out from his seclusion and summoned the leaders of the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent for a meeting. Soon, he decided on the plan to conquer the Falling Star continent. The Falling Star continent was said to be the place where the stars in the sky had fallen into the fallen god ocean in ancient times. Among the 3 continents in the ocean, the Falling Star continent was the largest among the 3 continents in terms of size. The combined size of the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent was around the same as the Falling Star continent. The Falling Star continent had a vast territory with countless powerful tribes living there. Among the tribes, the Beast tribe was the strongest, as it was a continent that was ruled by the Beast tribe. The unaging demon child was the ruler of the Falling Star continent. Of course, the Falling Stars continent was actually not a monolithic block. Although the other strong tribes seemed to obey the orders of the old demon child of the demon clan on the surface, Many of them were secretly unwilling to submit to the demon clan. However, none of this was something that Gu Fei had to consider. He wanted to take down the falling stars continent as swiftly as a clap of thunder. Soon, the army of the Purple Sun continent had gathered. A teleportation gate had been established between the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent, allowing the people of the two continents to travel freely. Meanwhile, in the Clear Moon continent, various tribes had gathered their forces. The area in front of the South Heaven Divine Palace was crowded with people rising into the sky or joining the battle from afar. The sky was densely packed with soldiers from various tribes in battle armor. A ferocious aura lingered between the heavens and earth. Master, the falling star continent's territory is too vast. The Clear Moon continent is incomparable to it. Can we really conquer the falling star continent like this? Yao Yu said. In front of the South Heaven Divine Palace stood a platform floating in the air. A group of people stood on the platform, led by Gu Fei. Have the people we sent out returned? Gu Fei asked. Master, they have returned. The demon race in the falling star continent doesn't seem to know that we are going to attack them. Iron Blood Daoist said. Very good. Menglong, beat the war drums immediately. Gu Fei shouted at Menglong, who was standing at the side of the stage. Yes. In front of the war drum, Menglong responded. Then, he waved the sledgehammer in his hand and struck the war drum. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the war drums shook the 9 heavens and spread throughout the heavens and earth. Upon hearing the sound of the drums, the soldiers in front of the South Heaven Godly Palace began to gather. Figures soared into the sky and formed a square formation in the sky. 10 chariots pulled by beasts rushed over and stopped in front of the square formations. The 10 new royal tribes of the Clear Moon continent had arrived with their soldiers. The roars of the beasts shook the sky. In front of the 10 royal tribes, there was another square formation formed by almost 10,000 people. This was the direct force of the Clear Moon continent's continent lord, Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao's strength was only slightly stronger than the 10 new royal tribes. However, there was a limit to how strong he was. The wood tribe of the 10 royal tribes was even stronger than Luo Xiao. This was because the wood tribe had a wood mulberry tree emperor, who was an expert in the great perfection quasi-sacred realm. Stop! Gu Fei yelled. The sound of the war drums came to a stop. Everyone looked at the figure on the platform. I'll cut to the chase. In this attack on the falling star continent, the land will belong to whoever occupies it. Go, fight for your own territory. Gu Fei said loudly. His voice was heard by everyone. Fight! 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 The 100,000 soldiers raised their arms and shouted. Their voices shook the sky, causing the void to tremble. A murderous aura swept across the area, causing the sky to change color. At this moment, in front of the unique sacred mountain in the Ziyang continent, there were countless soldiers standing in the air in a square formation. In front of the square formation stood a woman in silver armor. This woman was Yen Er. Yen Er was a saint. Only a saint could command the 100,000 soldiers of the Purple Sun continent. Yen Er's assistant was the wise and resourceful leader of the 12 great bandits, Zhuge Liang. Advisor, it's time to go. Yen Er said to Zhuge Liang, who was beside her. Yes. Zhuge Liang nodded and walked forward with the flag in his hand. He raised his hand and threw the flag. Boom! A ball of godly light shot out from the flag. Countless runes appeared and intertwined with each other, forming a huge void door in front of the 100,000 soldiers. Kill! Yen Er shouted loudly and took the lead to rush into the void gate. Kill! The 100,000 soldiers roared angrily and advanced. Their murderous aura soared to the sky. They passed through the void door and rushed towards the Starfall continent. Their battle intent was earth-shattering, causing all living beings to tremble. These 100,000 soldiers were formed by the strongest cultivators of the Purple Sun continent. They represented the strongest battle force of the Purple Sun continent. At the same time, Gu Fei threw out a flag in front of the South Heaven Divine Palace of the Clear Moon continent. A void door formed by godly light appeared in the void. The 100,000 soldiers were filled with battle intent. Under the lead of their generals, they passed through the void door and rushed into the Starfall continent. At this moment, two huge void doors suddenly appeared in the sky above the starfall continent. Powerful waves of energy spread from the void doors, shocking the countless living beings on the starfall continent. What happened? Could it be that someone crossed regions to come here? Near the void door, powerful beings of the starfall continent muttered. In the next moment, everyone who had noticed the void door in the sky was dumbfounded. They saw countless murderous soldiers charging out of the huge void door. Roar! The roars of the beasts were earth-shattering. Groups of soldiers rushed out from the void door and attacked in all directions. The sudden change stunned the living beings on the starfall continent. Boom! After a loud rumble, a mountain range less than 1,000 miles away from the void door suddenly crumbled. Dust rose into the sky. Powerful cultivators of the starfall continent acted and stopped a general from the purple sun continent. Two powerful cultivators were fighting. Powerful energy waves spread in all directions, startling countless living beings in the mountains. Who are you? How dare you invade the starfall continent? A loud shout came from afar. Then, a silhouette appeared in the sky and quickly rushed towards the void door. The silhouette was incomparably powerful. Clouds of blood mist appeared. Chapter 2371. Gu Fei gathered the armies of the Xiang continent and the Haoyue continent and suddenly attacked the Starfall continent. The living beings of the Starfall continent were caught unprepared and were forced to retreat. High up in the sky of the falling star continent, there was a huge Void Realm gate. Countless battle soldiers were rushing out of the Void Realm gate and killing in all directions. Kill! Countless soldiers formed a square formation. Their murderous intent was shocking. They advanced towards the central region of the Starfall continent like a hot knife through butter. Cities were constantly being taken down by the army. Haha, this city belongs to the wood race now. A treant whose body was glowing with a dark green demonic light laughed above a city. This city was already controlled by the wood race. Gu Fei had said that whoever took down the city would be the one to take it. In other words, this city was already the territory of the wood race. The Blazing Phoenix race isn't bad either. An expert from the Blazing Phoenix race, one of the 10 royal races of the Haoyue continent, said. The Blazing Wind race had also taken down a sizable city. Rumble. In another direction, an incomparably strong energy wave came. Some experts were fighting. Some experts from the royal races had encountered a strong enemy and were actually stopped. You dare to invade my Starfall continent. You all deserve to die. A young general roared furiously. He charged through a group of battle soldiers, and a dozen or so of them were instantly turned into clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. Who are you? Tell me your name. A middle-aged god rushed over and stopped the young general. This was an expert from the deity race. The deity race was said to be the descendants of the ancient gods. There weren't many people in this race, but every one of them was an expert. The deity race was also one of the 10 royal races of the Haoyue continent. The soldiers led by the deity race were all living beings of the deity race. Starfall continent, Wushang. The young general stared at his opponent and said coldly, "Very good. I don't kill nameless people. You can die now." The middle-aged god said and pressed forward. Rumble. The void trembled, and the mighty divine power wave from the middle-aged god's body caused the void around him to become very unstable. Kill. The young general, Wu Shang, roared in rage. With a single step, he arrived before the middle-aged god in an instant and punched out. Boom! An extremely powerful ripple of power erupted from Wu Shang's fist. His fist shook the world and the void, the supreme fist force pressing forward. The middle-aged god was shocked. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already above General Wu Shang's head. Heavenly God Hand. The middle-aged god's head was above his feet, and his right hand directly pressed down on General Wu Shang. A huge hand appeared in the sky, sealing the void and cutting off all of General Wu Shang's escape routes. Clear Moon Continent's Heavenly God Clan. General Wu Shang was incomparably shocked. How could someone from the Celestial Deity Clan possibly appear here? One had to know that the celestial deity clan only appeared in the vast moon province. Falling star-breaking moon fist. General Wu Shang roared in rage. His fist emitted a dazzling divine light. Within the divine light, Tao patterns could be faintly seen and a powerful great Tao energy erupted. General Wu Shang's fists seemed to have transformed into two dazzling balls of starlight as they struck upwards. It was as though a huge star had appeared in the sky. Boom! The heavenly god hand and the falling star fist clashed together, creating a loud sound that shook the heavens and earth. These two killing techniques were both outstanding. They were both secret techniques that were not passed down and were incomparably powerful. The heavenly god hand was a killing technique of the celestial deity clan. It was the inheritance of the ancient celestial deity. The power of the heavenly god hand was unquestionable. General Wu Shang's falling star-breaking moon fist was also very powerful. When cultivated to the highest realm, he could shatter the divine moon in the sky with a single punch. The heavenly god hand disappeared in the void. The power of General Wu Shang's falling star fist was also blocked. The two experts clashed head-on and were evenly matched. Again, the two experts clashed once again and began a fierce battle. General Wu Shang was an expert of the falling star continent. At the same time, he was also the protector of the city below. He had no choice but to fight these invaders. He could not watch as his clansmen were killed by these invaders. In another direction, an intense battle also occurred. The falling star continent was too vast. The experts on the falling star continent were more numerous than all the experts on the clear moon continent and the purple sun continent combined. In particular, the Yao clan of the falling star continent was the strongest race on the falling star continent. The unaging demon child was the demon lord of the falling star continent. He ruled over an entire continent. What? Two void domain gates appeared in the sky? In the central region of the falling star continent, such a voice rang out from a place where the veins of the earth converged. Who exactly is it? How dare they invade my falling star continent? Furious roars rang out from the ancestral vein. Then, many figures left the ancestral land and rushed in all directions. Very soon, the entire falling star continent was on high alert. All the experts were gathered. Rumble! The void trembled. Wild beasts roared high up in the sky. Black war chariots rolled across the sky. Behind the war chariots were groups of soldiers wearing black battle robes and wielding divine spears. The black cloud soldiers of the falling star continent were mobilized. The leader of this group was a great perfection quasi-saint. Kill! A group of soldiers wearing silver battle robes charged towards the black cloud soldiers. These were the soldiers of the silver flood dragon race. Every single one of them was emitting an incomparably powerful energy wave. The silver flood dragon soldiers were one of the strongest races in the purple sun continent. They were also conferred as the purple sun continent's royal family by Gu Fei. The one leading this group of soldiers was the silver flood dragon king. This silver flood dragon king was also a great perfection quasi-saint. In the purple sun continent, he was an invincible existence. If those ancient sages who sealed themselves did not make a move, a great perfection quasi-saint would be invincible in the human realm. Battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Two extremely powerful soldiers clashed. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere as people fell from the sky. Where there's war, there's death. Even immortals would fall in a war of this level. Die! The leader of the black cloud soldiers roared in rage. Wielding the divine spear, he pierced towards the silver flood dragon king. The tip of the divine spear was emitting a dark light. You're the one who's going to die. The silver flood dragon king was incomparably domineering. He opened his mouth and spat out a divine pearl towards the leader of the black cloud soldiers. The divine pearl contained an extremely powerful energy wave. Clang! The divine pearl collided with the divine spear, producing a metallic sound. The divine spear lost its aim and flew past the side of the silver flood dragon king. Humph! Chapter 2372. The Silver Serpent clan was a powerful clan in the Xiang continent, and the Silver Serpent King was one of the strongest among them. In the entire Xiang continent, The Silver Serpent King's strength was definitely within the top 10. However, the commander of the Black Cloud clan was not weak either. The two of them fought fiercely, and the Silver Serpent King even revealed his true form. He turned into a silver serpent with a body as large as a mountain. He spat out divine pearls from his mouth, and large swathes of the space shattered under the bombardment of the divine pearls. The commander of the Black Cloud clan also displayed his powerful battle prowess. His entire body was enveloped by a black armor, and only his eyes were exposed. Two beams of black light shot out of his eyes, several feet long. His entire body was shrouded in black aura, and within the black aura, one could vaguely see the patterns of the Great Path. Bzzz. The divine spear in the commander's hand hummed as if it had a life of its own. It emitted extremely powerful ripples, clashing with the divine pearls that the Silver Serpent King had spat out. The sound of the Great Path rang out. Pfft. The commander suddenly exploded and shook off the divine pearls. He nailed the Silver Serpent King in the air with his spear. Serpent blood splattered everywhere, and the sky seemed to be raining blood. So you've been hiding your strength all along. The Silver Serpent King roared. He was pierced by the divine spear, and the explosive power of the Great Path from the spear destroyed his life force. Very soon, his eyes lost their light. The Silver Serpent King had fallen. Humph! The commander snorted coldly, but he did not say anything. Kill. Avenge our king. Although the Silver Serpent King had died, the silver-armored soldiers under his command did not disperse. Instead, they directly charged towards the commander. Rumble. The air trembled. The silver-armored soldiers were unafraid of death. Their eyes were all red, and they exploded with a shocking murderous aura, causing the sky to change color. However, the fate of the silver-armored soldiers had already been decided the moment the Silver Serpent King died. Kill them all. The commander tossed the corpse of the Silver Serpent King to the side, then gave an order to the soldiers behind him. Kill them all. The Black Cloud warriors roared in unison as they charged forward. Black chariots rolled across the sky, and the powerful force caused black spatial cracks to appear in the heavens and earth. Commander He Yun took the lead and charged forward. He was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep, directly killing his way into the battle formation formed by the silver-armored battle soldiers. With a wave of the divine spear in his hand, a large number of silver-armored battle soldiers were directly crushed into a mist of blood. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. The silver-armored battle soldiers and the Black Cloud battle soldiers fought fiercely. People kept falling from the sky, their blood staining the ground below. The battle cries were earth-shattering. In less than an hour, about 10,000 silver-armored warriors had died in battle. Kill all these invaders. Commander He Yun roared. His battle intent surged as he led the Black Cloud battle army towards the area where the Void Domain Gate was located. The Silver Wyrm King died in battle. The news spread. The commanders of the Purple Sun continent were incomparably shocked. One should know that the Silver Wyrm King wasn't a weakling. He was a king of the Purple Sun continent. Gu Fei had been bestowed the title of king in the Purple Sun continent, and this Silver Wyrm King was bestowed the title by Gu Fei himself. Outrageous. Do they really think that there's no one left in the Purple Sun continent? An immortal emperor bellowed, then led his 10,000 battle soldiers towards the Black Cloud battle army led by Commander He Yun. The defeat of the Silver Wyrm King had more or less affected the morale of the Purple Sun continent. The solitary immortal emperor is angry. The consequences will be very serious. Someone said. In the Purple Sun continent, the forces of the solitary prefecture had been directly taken over by Gu Fei. This solitary immortal emperor was an expert of the solitary prefecture. He had surrendered to Gu Fei. You charcoal head, die. The solitary immortal emperor raised his hand and struck out a ball of purple divine lightning at Commander He Yun. The glaring lightning made it hard for everyone to look at it directly. 9 heavens immortal lightning. Commander He Yun was taken aback when he saw the solitary immortal emperor's lightning technique. He waved the divine spear in his hand and shattered the purple divine lightning. At this time, The solitary immortal emperor was like a thunder god descending from the 9 heavens. His body bloomed with boundless lightning as he attacked Commander He Yun. The two great experts were engaged in a great battle. The solitary immortal emperor's strength was much stronger than the silver Wyrm king. This forced Commander He Yun to go all out. He couldn't hide his strength like he did against the silver Wyrm king. Rumble. The solitary immortal emperor was incomparably powerful. He wanted to shroud Commander He Yun and all the black cloud battle soldiers behind him with his 9 heavens immortal lightning. However, Commander He Yun wasn't a weakling either. The divine spear in his hand was like a real dragon, emitting a terrifying divine might. A large amount of lightning was shattered by the divine spear. Although the solitary immortal emperor was strong, it was difficult for him to capture Commander He Yun and all the black cloud battle soldiers in one fell swoop. The two experts were evenly matched. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate. At this time, on another battlefield, the battle between the Heavenly God Clan from the Clear Moon continent and General Wu Shang from the Falling Stars continent had reached a climax. General Wu Shang was incomparably powerful. He displayed the supreme power of the Falling Stars' shattering moon fist, forcing the experts of the Heavenly God Clan to retreat continuously. The experts of the Heavenly God Clan were shocked. This opponent was really strong. 9 stars shattering fist. General Wu Shang let out a furious roar and punched out with all his might. This punch caused the entire world to tremble. 9 balls of divine light exploded around the experts of the deity clan. Boom. A powerful destructive force instantly enveloped the experts of the Heavenly God Clan. Then, the experts of the Heavenly God Clan were annihilated by this destructive force and died just like that. What? The soldiers of the Heavenly God Clan turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. Their commander was killed. This caused quite a commotion among the soldiers of the Heavenly God Clan. Kill. After General Wu Shang killed the experts of the Heavenly God Clan, he immediately rushed towards the soldiers of the Heavenly God Clan. A chilling killing intent emanated from General Wu Shang's body, sweeping in all directions. I'll deal with you. A loud roar sounded from the sky. Then, a figure descended from the sky, landing in front of General Wu Shang, blocking his path. Who are you? Are you in a hurry to die? General Wu Shang stopped and said coldly, Humph, let's see who's the one courting death. The newcomer sneered. This person was a middle-aged scholar dressed in green and holding a 5-colored feather fan. The middle-aged scholar's body gave off a powerful battle intent. I don't care who you are. Let's talk after I kill you. General Wu Shang said loudly and directly attacked the middle-aged scholar. This middle-aged scholar with a 5-colored feather fan was the leader of the 12 bandits, Zhuge Liang. Coincidentally, Zhuge Liang was nearby and witnessed the battle between the experts of the Heavenly God Clan and General Wu Shang. Zhuge Liang knew how powerful this young general was. He directly swung his fan at him. A 5-colored divine flame rushed out from the 5-colored feather fan, burning towards General Wu Shang. 5 elemental true fire. General Wu Shang couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the 5-colored flame. He hurriedly retracted his fist and retreated. The 5-colored feather fan in Zhuge Liang's hand was a powerful immortal weapon named the 5 Elements Fan. This fan was branded with the Tao patterns of the 5 elements. When it was swung, it could release the divine fire of the 5 elements. 9 stars shattering fist. General Wu Shang roared in anger and punched out with his strongest fist. This falling stars shattering moon fist was close to a martial arts battle technique. The powerful fist energy was like 9 stars exploding, tyrannical to the extreme. This move of yours is useless against me, Zhuge Liang said. After that, he used the 5 elements technique. The void around him distorted, and the destructive energy of the 9 stars was all guided away by him. This great technique that could shift the 5 elements was the nemesis of General Wu Shang's 9 stars shattering fist. Zhuge Liang waved the 5 elements fan in his hand again. This time, it wasn't the 5 elemental true fire that rushed out from the fan, but the shadows of 5 divine phoenixes. Swoosh! The divine phoenixes spread their wings, and the 5 divine phoenixes soared high into the sky, pouncing towards General Wu Shang. General Wu Shang was shocked. This person was ridiculously strong. He wasn't his match at all. Boom! With a loud bang, General Wu Shang was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. Kill. Zhuge Liang didn't hold back and used his killer move. The 9 divine phoenixes rushed up and rushed into General Wu Shang's body. Roar. General Wu Shang only had time to roar in anger. A 5-colored divine fire burned out of his body, burning him to ashes in an instant. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Just so, Zhuge Liang said. Just as Zhuge Liang killed General Wu Shang, an extremely powerful ripple suddenly came from the central region of the falling stars continent. In the depths of a mountain, a killing matrix rose into the sky. It flew up from the ground and rushed towards a woman in white who was standing in the sky. Voom! The sky shook and countless matrix patterns condensed without dispersing. They triggered a peerless killing intent and rushed towards the woman in white. Is that all you've got? The white-clothed lady still had a calm expression as she faced the incoming killing formation. She faintly uttered such words. In the center of the killing matrix, there was a matrix platform floating. It was covered by endless matrix patterns. An old man stood on the matrix platform. This old man's body was full of mighty power, and he was driving the killing matrix with all his might. If Gu Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this woman in white. This woman in white was Yin Er. Yin Er has made her move. Just as Yin Er's aura began to explode, on a mountain hundreds of thousands of miles away, a person suddenly turned and looked in Yin Er's direction. This person was Gu Fei. Chapter 2373. There were not many ancient inheritances in the Falling Stars continent. There was only one cultivation clan that could be passed down to the present era, and that was the True Dragon clan. The ancestor of the True Dragon clan was an invincible true dragon. However, the clan did not only consist of true dragons, but also people with the blood of true dragons flowing in their veins. In the depths of a mountain where true dragons had once been born, Yin Er encountered this clan. At this moment, an old man surrounded by majestic dragon chi controlled a killing formation and charged towards the white-robed female sage, standing high in the sky. Rumble. Within the killing formation, dragon-shaped Dao patterns intertwined, and an extremely powerful true dragon power rapidly condensed, turning into an absolute killing power. The void trembled under the impact of this power. Humph! Yin Er, dressed in snow-white robes, snorted coldly. Then, with a thought, an ancient cauldron rushed out from her body and floated above her head. Buzz. The myriad medicines cauldron shook, and 9 black figures emerged from the body of the cauldron and walked out. This was one of the cauldron's magical powers. Each of the faint black figures exuded an extremely poisonous aura. As soon as the 9 figures appeared, the world was filled with an aura of death that made all living beings' hearts palpitate. Kill. The old man of the True Dragon clan directly charged over, completely without any scruples. Roar. A dragon's roar suddenly came from the killing formation. It was as if a true dragon had descended from the killing formation, and the mighty true dragon aura instantly increased by 10 times. What? Sensing the change in the opponent's killing formation, Yin Er could not help but be shocked, but she was fearless. The 9 figures surrounded by black chi rushed down, and in an instant, they fiercely pounced into the killing formation controlled by the old man of the True Dragon clan. These were the poison men refined from the myriad medicines cauldron. These poison men did not have flesh and blood, and were completely formed by the power of the myriad medicines cauldron. As long as the myriad medicines cauldron existed, these poison men would not disappear. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens, and the mountains shook. Within the killing formation, one could vaguely see the shadow of a dragon. After the 9 black figures rushed into the killing formation, there was no movement at all. And, sensing that the 9 poisonous bodies were being destroyed by the true dragon's power in the killing formation, Yin Er could not help but feel a little surprised. She felt that she had underestimated this opponent. Let's see if you can refine my cauldron. Yin directly controlled the cauldron of myriad medicines and rushed into the killing formation, directly attacking the old man in the formation. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the divine cauldron. This time, there were actually 18 black figures that rushed out of the divine cauldron. The terrifying poison power corroded the void and could destroy the surrounding Tao patterns. Within the killing formation, the old man sensed the changes within the formation and couldn't help being shocked. His opponent's poison was actually able to corrode the formation. A mass of black qi diffused out from the killing formation. Wherever the black qi passed, the formation patterns collapsed and the Tao patterns were destroyed. The power of the killing formation immediately weakened a lot. This is bad. In the killing formation, the old man of the true dragon clan couldn't help but change his expression when he saw this. Boom! The power of the cauldron of myriad medicines erupted like a volcano. Endless black qi spread out in all directions. Large areas of the formation patterns were corroded by the poisonous qi. Even the true dragon's power condensed by the killing formation could not stop this poisonous qi. How is this possible? The old man of the true dragon clan was extremely shocked. The killing formation was actually so weak. His opponent's ancient cauldron must be an amazing divine tool. As the killing formation collapsed, the old man of the true dragon clan immediately rushed out of the killing formation. Without the old man's control, the mass of black qi in the killing formation lost its resistance and spread out rapidly. In the end, it actually swallowed the entire killing formation. The cauldron of myriad medicines of the ancient alchemy saint. The old man of the true dragon clan stared at the ancient cauldron floating above Yin-Er's head with a gloomy expression. This divine tool was not simple. It was a cauldron used by an ancient alchemy saint to refine spirit pills and medicines. This divine cauldron accumulated countless medicinal power and became a terrifying divine tool. It could save people and also transform into the cauldron of myriad poisons to kill people. Swish! The old man stretched out his right hand, and a golden divine whip that was 3 feet long appeared in his hand. This divine whip had 81 segments. Sensing the aura of a true dragon coming from the divine whip in the old man's hand, even Yin-Er's heart was shaken. That golden divine whip seemed to be the spine of a true dragon. The old man waved the divine whip in his hand and attacked Yin-Er. As soon as Yin-Er thought about it, the 18 black shadows standing around her immediately pounced on the old man. Black qi continuously dissipated from each of the shadows. Humph! The old man sneered, then directly waved the golden whip in his hand, and a dragon shadow immediately rushed out of the golden whip to meet the 18 black shadows that rushed over. The 18 golden dragon phantoms rushed over, and the 18 black shadows immediately exploded and turned into a cloud of black gas. The black gas condensed and didn't dissipate, and in the next moment, it turned into 18 black shadows. What? The old man of the true dragon clan could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Withdraw. At this time, Yin-Er directly operated the cauldron of myriad medicines. A black vortex immediately appeared at the mouth of the cauldron. A powerful force that could devour the heavens spread out from the black vortex. The 18 golden dragon shadows were all swallowed into the cauldron by the devouring power emitted by the cauldron of myriad medicines and were then annihilated. The 18 poisonous shadows directly pounced on the old man of the true dragon clan, who was holding the true dragon divine whip. The old man could not help but change his expression and hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he repeatedly waved the true dragon divine whip in his hand. Golden dragon shadows soared through the sky and rushed towards the poisonous shadows. Bang! 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 The poisonous body, which was surrounded by black gas, exploded and turned into a black poisonous fog. Buzz! At this time, the true dragon divine whip in the old man's hand suddenly let out a trembling sound. It actually flew out of the old man's hand and smashed towards the cauldron of myriad medicines above Yin-Er's head. Clang! The golden divine whip fiercely smashed on the cauldron of myriad medicines, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The cauldron of myriad medicines was actually sent flying hundreds of meters away. A sacred tool refined from the spine of a true dragon. Yin-Er, and the cauldron of myriad medicines were sent flying at the same time. She looked at the true dragon divine whip that was sent flying back, and her eyes flickered. Elder Long, do you need help? At this time, in the ancestral land of the true dragon clan, 3 figures rushed out. These 3 figures were surrounded by the aura of a true dragon, and there were faint dragon shadows on their bodies. Obviously, these 3 people were the experts of the true dragon clan. In particular, the leader of these 3 experts was actually a pure-blooded true dragon. This made Yin Er's heart tremble. There was actually a pure-blooded true dragon in the human realm. This was definitely not a trivial matter. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely shake the entire ancestral dragon stars cultivation world. It should be known that even in the ancient times, the true dragon was an absolutely powerful existence. A pure-blooded true dragon had an invincible constitution among the true dragon clan. The aura of this young man was far stronger than the other 2. Young master, why did you come out? When the old man called Elder Long saw the young man in golden armor, he could not help but be taken aback, and then he said loudly, "El." He did not expect the enemy to be a fairy.